Greetings, everyone, and welcome back to your Monday descent into Avernus. We are Crit Cats, and we just left off last time with our heroes defeating and chasing off one of their bitter rivals, the Avernan warlord known as Bitter Breath. And now they have to decide what to do with themselves.
So, we had discussed the possibility of trying to sell these other vessels to the Wandering Emporium for money.
Yeah, I think that might be best. I mean, heck, if we can't kill the guy, might as well cripple his army, right? So, you guys feel comfortable enough driving these things, maybe staying in a caravan and trying to make our way back to the Wandering Emporium?
I don't know how to drive, but sure.
It is okay, it is easy. You make it go, and then you make it stop. That is it. That is all.
I feel like it's a little bit more complicated.
I
than that.
Kind of want to see. Kind of want to see Lulu drive.
She drove already.
Did she? I don't remember. Okay. All right. Well, who was driving this one? Was it Vargas?
It was me.
All right. Well, I'll hop over to one of the scavengers.
So, I suppose I should point out a couple of obvious things to you at this point. One, you're very close to the spot that was marked on your map, known as Uldrak's grave, and two, you don't exactly know where the Wandering Emporium is right now. You could gamble on whether or not it's still where it was last time.
My bet would be no.
Do we have a way of finding out without trying to go there and find out, like, in person? Is there like another? Do we have a way of doing that? Like, do we have the way to communicate with any of them that I might not know about yet?
If only one of us had scrying.
Red Ruth told us.
I think Red Ruth told us, right?
Correct. The Oracle Red Ruth opened up one of her veins and divined its location in her blood.
Gross.
A little bit.
Well,
does Red Ruth's like second cousin happen to be like maybe around this place that we're supposed to be headed to by chance?
She's just hitchhiking on the side of the road.
All right. Well, option number 2.
Still taking these
I would
to Mad
suggest
Maggie.
bring Gertrude, but that's not
her.
That's true. We could take him to Mad Maggie. The issue, though, is if we split up amongst these machines, we can't really operate any of the weapons, and then it's really just us playing bumper cars.
Yeah,
that's an old thing we used to do over in our ocean bottoms.
Although, to be fair, you didn't exactly need any of the the Infernal War Machine's weapon systems to win that last battle.
True.
Also true.
Well, the other thing is leaving these here could fall into the hands of either Bitter Breath if they come back, or others. Maybe there's ways that we can try to cripple these things so that they can't move, and we just leave them here.
If you want to go all the way back to Fort Knucklebone, that is a long way to take some war machines. Furthermore, you need Demon Ichor to boost your way across to get to the other side of the River Styx, and you only currently have one flask, meaning you can only pull one vehicle across.
Right.
So, perhaps we go to the Titan first, and maybe we see if he is willing to drive one of these machines.
Maybe not that suggestion in particular.
Going over.
I'm sorry. I'm picturing it. It's just the conversation. Anyways,
he looks like one of the Shriners just sitting there poking up out of the top of it.
Pretty sure we could use these as roller skates.
I'm seeing more of a Mario Kart visual.
If we
turtle shells, it's just like demon skulls everywhere.
If we go and investigate each one of these machines, is there like a gas gauge for how much fuel is in there?
Yeah, most of them are a little over half full.
Oh, goddamn.
We said last time that there's not really a way to like siphon, right? We can't like
Not
siphon
so
it out and
much
get it into
because it's
ours.
not gasoline, right? It's solar
Right,
power.
right. Gotcha.
So when you try to refuel one of these vehicles, you essentially put a soul coin into a slot, like dropping a quarter into an old arcade machine.
Gotcha. Okay.
Brings
All
new
right.
meaning to the claw at the back of some of these.
I mean, so what we could do is take one of them since they're half full with us, just so we can potentially split our manpower in case we get ambushed again, and wreck the other two.
To be fair, Vargas would say that they're half empty. So
Lulu says, "What if we use the claws?"
The claws for what?
We tow it.
But isn't that
Lulu,
just
you're
gonna...
a genius.
I don't.
Ah. Okay, so we can
somehow pulls like a French fry out from underneath one of her ears and starts munching on it.
Most
Did
of the
you
time.
get that? Stop eating that. No, no.
You want some?
No, no, thank you.
So, thinking about it engineering-wise, could we take a scavenger, hook the other scavenger onto it, and then take that scavenger's hook and hook it onto the tormentor and play like those little group of cars that you used to play with as a kid that were connected by strings, and pull them across the Avernian wastelands?
One engine probably doesn't have the necessary torque to pull 3 war machines.
Gotcha.
As a matter of fact, one scavenger probably doesn't have the torque to necessarily pull 1 war machine. If you're talking about a larger one like the Demon Grinder.
But the Demon Grinder doesn't have a claw, does it? It has the jaws.
What if we hook the scavenger up to the Demon Grinder and then just pull the scavenger with the Demon Grinder attached to it? Would the demon? How much is the Demon Grinder torquey enough to maybe carry like maybe the 2 scavengers since both of them have a hook and just kind of carry them like a train? Do we have like how powerful is this Demon Grinder? What kind of horsepowers are we talking about? Unicorn power. I'm sorry. Are we talking about?
Probably more like nightmare power. But the problem is that the Demon Grinder is low on fuel, right?
That is very true. That is a good point. Yeah, we kind of want to use one of the ones that have fuel in them.
Yeah.
What if we had 2 scavengers pulling the Demon Grinder?
Ding, ding, ding.
But then that is a
Then
lot of
it's just-
fuel usage at once.
Well, you know.
Instead of driving 4 vehicles, now you're just driving 3. Right, and the Demon Grinder doesn't burn any more fuel.
I was like, we can throw the Demon Grinder into neutral and then keep the engine off and just let it be towed.
And then, if we run into anybody, the 2 scavengers can go sideways, and we can go like Red Rover.
Yeah, they can kind of
blast
catapult it.
Yeah,
Just have
exactly.
just have Anakin sitting in the Demon Grinder. He knows how to do this kind of setup.
Yeah, just an Order 66, right?
Yeah, for episode 1, he did that race, and that's kind of what I'm picturing is like the 2 scavengers and the Demon Grinder behind it, like the pod racers.
100%. All right, I'm down with that.
Okay,
This
so
is
who's gonna
physically
go in
painful to
what
think
vehicle
about.
now?
I'll go in this one.
that's the one with my murder victims in it.
We're
True.
closing
There
that
are
one
victims
out.
in all of these except the Demon Grinder.
Right, that
Not
guy
yet.
backflipped off.
Test your luck with Vice.
Test your luck,
happens.
see?
Although, to be fair, there were murder victims in the Demon Grinder once upon a time.
Oh yeah.
Oh, right.
Remember, you rebuilt me.
Ragadraga.
I mean, Vargas, do you want to still drive, or what's up?
Yeah, well, it won't be much driving if we drag on the Demon Grinder along behind, but I'll be in there.
You'll be in the Demon Grinder?
Aye.
Okay. Well, then I'll drive the second.
Could you remind me what like the setups are for these scavengers? Like kind of like their like spots and placements. Like
If you
there's a
look at
driver.
the journal,
Oh right, yeah, you're right. It's in the journal.
you should be able to see the action stations.
Yep.
Helm, grappling claw, 2 harpoon flingers.
Does somebody need to man the grappling claw in order to drag the demon grinder? Or
I
can
mean,
we
not.
just
Once you
set
lock
it
it
We
into
could-
place.
Yeah.
So if you just kind of grab the front axle with both of the claws, or just the front wheels, and just kind of lift it up and tow it.
A big old tricycle.
Okay. So it's probably a best idea for two of us to stay on those not the crossbows, but the shooting machines. That
The
I can't
harpoon
remember the name of.
flingers.
Thank you, harpoon flingers. I couldn't remember the word harpoon for the life of me.
But on which vehicle?
Oh, are there harpoon? Oh, okay. There's harpoon. Oh, yeah, you're
flingers
right.
on each scavenger. There's some on the demon grinder, and even some on the tormentor.
Mm.
Well, I'm thinking the demon grinder is not going to have much maneuverability. It's really going to be the scavengers doing a lot of the maneuvering. So I think it would be best to have them on maybe at least one person on the front end, maybe one person stay in the demon grinder.
Okay.
I
don't
mean, maybe
hate
if so, I mean, if we take two people in each scavenger, one person drives, the other person operates the harpoon flinger. Then in the demon grinder, we have one last person that could either operate the wrecking ball or the harpoon flinger as defense in the back.
Would Lulu be able to work one of the harpoons? Because then we could have Lulu on one of the scavengers or on the demon grinder, and then we could essentially have one. We could have two people on each vehicle.
Or the
Essentially,
tormentor.
are we carrying the tormentor though?
Somebody
Right.
could drive the tormentor alongside as additional defense. Is the
True.
consideration. Lulu probably would be able to man one of the weapons, but
So then who wants to take the helm at the tormentor?
honestly, I think I kind of want to give it a shot simply because if I can keep my eyes on everybody, then at the very least it'll give me the chance to be closer to one specific person that might need healing more than the others.
I like that idea. Our mobile healer, for once.
Okay.
Well,
If we had the motorbike, then this would have been much easier for me. But I'm working with a big machine.
Didn't
All
they
right,
have
so
a
everybody please place yourselves on the vehicles that you're going to be driving or stationed in.
I'm gonna take the harpoon on Ned's scavenger.
Lulu, why don't you ride with me?
I'll make pincushions out of the bad guys.
And Francis reaches over and tussles the hair on top of her head.
Vice shouts from over in the tormentor, "We're not here to commit violence!"
Don't listen to her. We're always here to commit violence. You're right, Vice. We won't do it. Don't worry.
And then Vargas, since essentially he can just throw it into neutral and just be towed, if need be, you could hop over onto one of the harpoons on the demon grinder, if that we find that necessary. Is
Start
that
the engine or whatever.
or start the just kind of do whatever needs to be done.
Lulu's
Yeah, my thinking
already
was-
not listening to everybody. She's like playing around with the harpoon flinger, going pew pew pew.
It's like Han Solo in the Millennium Falcon. Just. I imagine Vargas is just sitting in the driver's seat with his feet up, falling asleep in his chair.
Definitely be more relaxing.
Okay, I think we have figured out what we would like to do and how we would like to do it.
So this is essentially the setup we've got, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much, yep.
And then Vice gets to go, wee! Wee!
I'm driving circles round everybody. Which is probably easy because this thing weighs like 80 tons.
Drift King.
Tokyo Drift! Avernus Drift!
All right. So from here, where are you headed?
Onwards!
I don't know.
I think we're
Towards our
headed to,
destination.
was it Uldrak's grave?
To Uldrak's grave.
Yeah.
Okay. The location was marked on your map, but you're not far off. And it doesn't take you too long to get there from where you are. You were close before you were attacked by Bitterbreath and his band. And as you get close, Vice, you're the only person to hear this, but there is a rumble from your pack as the map talks to you. A fallen titan, or a wimp with delusions of grandeur. I'll leave that for you to decide.
Wait, the map talks to her?
You say that every time.
Does it?
This has been a Ned.
Vice is our resident Dora the Explorer.
Hold on, Ned doesn't even hear this. Rigo.
I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map.
Comes out of her talking backpack.
There is only so many times we can do that same joke.
Hold on. Petition. Lulu is my boots.
Okay. I'll accept it.
Yo soy Dora.
Oh.
Can you say demon grinder?
not what you thought I was
It's the ocean. As you pull up, you can very clearly see now that there is a gigantic cracked helm and the sword, which lays half buried in the ash and bone of the Avernus wastes. A spherical stone set into the sword's pommel still gleams with scarlet radiance. Please place your tokens anywhere near Lulu and the Demon Grinder.
Just the thought of us as just one big Dora the Explorer episode is giving me life right now.
Can you find the giant fucking titan?
Or are we more like Blue's Clues?
Definitely.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm jumping in any pictures in this playthrough. That just doesn't seem like a good move.
Just jump into the demon zapper.
Oh, God.
Blue's good too. We get too.
This is the college humor skit for Dora. Diego.
So
Okay,
not pictured here because I couldn't really find one, but not pictured here is a gigantic, gargantuan, enormous sword. To give you some idea of how large it is, the skull is that big. So the kind of sword that something that big is going to swing around is real big. Let me just show you briefly. There's a picture of it sort of on the Avernus map. So it's real big.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
In its pommel, like I said, there is a gleaming scarlet gem.
How high off the ground is that scarlet gem?
It's real high.
Okay.
Real high.
Why am I the one making that joke?
Just the thought of Ice going.
It's like of all people, too.
The least mature individual here.
I would,
That's debatable.
Anyways, but
I'll just look.
I'd like to touch this sword.
It will.
Just touch it first.
It is warm because Avernus is very hot.
Okay, but it's because Avernus is hot. Okay.
Does anybody else want to go and inspect the sword as well?
I would like to begin climbing the sword.
It is very slick metal.
Okay. I don't have a climbing speed. So I really didn't think that one through, actually. So we'll just go ahead and nix that entire idea, actually.
Did somebody throw me to the top of the sword?
It's like 100 feet high or something.
I didn't hear a no.
I would normally say yes, but it's a building.
No, yeah, I weigh a lot too. I'm a big old robot boy. Okay.
I'll look down at Ned and go, "Hey Ned, do you see the size of that skull? This thing must have been freaking massive."
It's a little bit bigger than a giant, isn't it?
It's a titan. They're notoriously very, very big.
Ned,
But if that's
as you get near the sword, your rune carver's tools begin to resonate.
The
You guys
rune
hear that?
carver's tools are vibing.
Truly.
I pull it out and listen to it.
The special rune carver's tools, the ones that were attuned to that. What, Lucky? The ones that were attuned to that monolith underneath the Van
Pavilla
estate.
Yes.
Yeah, they begin to pulse and glow.
Okay, I will avoid making a pulsing joke, and I will take him out and kind of touch him to the sword.
At that point,
That's what she said.
up one side of the blade, from the handle, from the hilt, all the way to the end that's buried in the sand, a bunch of runes light up.
Ooh. Do I recognize the runes?
You sort of do. You can read giant, you can understand the runes, but you have never seen these before.
I've never seen these runes before. Does anybody speak whatever that is?
You do.
Oh, I thought you meant that I couldn't understand them. So,
I mean,
how would I
maybe I
You're,
can
you're
help.
not sure how to decipher their abilities, their power yet.
Okay. If I take the tools off of the sword, do they stop lighting up?
No, it stays lit.
Okay.
And they kind of pulse and glow with the same frequency as your tools.
What does it say?
I'm not sure I can tell you that.
I see.
It's kind of a secret.
Oh, I understand.
Okay, why wouldn't
I will
you
give
tell
you
us
one
that?
of our soul coins for the secret.
No.
Yes, I
We're not
give
we're
one
not
of
even
our soul coins to us for the
So,
secret.
I know, but it's Ned.
You're right.
And
so okay, so I can't decipher, right? I can't
Well, not
tell me
immediately.
I can't tell you what they do,
Not immediately.
but can I tell you what they say?
Sort of. Runes aren't like, it's not like ABC. It doesn't like tell a story exactly.
Right.
It's more like interpretive dance.
All right. I'm gonna have
particular one
to.
looks like a mosquito.
I'm gonna have to do that. That thing. What do you call it? Study. I'm gonna have to study these.
We're doing what?
So, Vice, would you mind? Because I don't have any paper on me. Would you mind drawing these out
Yeah,
for me?
Ned.
So excited.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
Power outage?
You were
I think my power just went out.
You're so excited that everything went dark.
How are you still on the
How do you
internet?
still have internet?
Yeah, she's still here.
Are you phone tethered?
That's well, I better start being because I'm worried my Wi-Fi is gonna shut off, and then I'm not gonna be
Shut
here.
off instantaneously if it was
Well,
your
Yeah, that
power.
would've-
Maybe
unless
somebody
she's got
tripped
a
the breaker.
She might have a battery
Maybe.
backup. Do you have a
I-
battery backup on your
Maybe
Wi-Fi?
Ashton Kutcher's outside and you're being punked.
That would be fucked up.
Who has UPS on their house?
Listen,
I
I
think
have a
most,
UPS on my router.
yeah, because most people their Wi-Fi and their phone are linked to the same box. So in order for emergencies to be able to reach by landline, they have to have a backup power supply for like a day or two.
Huh.
The
Yeah, I'm gonna make a quick phone call. BRB.
we'll consider that the study time.
In the
Yeah,
meantime,
indeed.
are these bones actually here?
Other than the
Yes,
skull, like
they
are those
are,
like
and they
can
are
I
very, very large.
can I Can I touch it? Can
Sure.
I touch his phone?
Are you flirting with me?
I stroke his phone.
With.
It's very hard. Seems I did not do much to do anything about that.
Welcome to our thirst trap stream.
Yeah.
Bother. Anyways.
So if I'm trying to decipher these, or at least try to figure out what the purpose of them are,
Immediately, you can tell that while these are definitely giant runes, like the rest of the ones that you know, they are far older, ancient.
right?
There's a power that emanates from these runes unlike anything that you've ever seen or even heard about.
Ned would be interested in tapping into that power. Can I attempt to use those tools to carve some of these runes on my armor?
Sure.
Then I will attempt to do so.
I don't think there's a check necessary for that.
Not rules as written, but these are not rules as written, are they?
I mean, if you want to roll an Arcana check, you can.
Well, I would only do that if the DM makes me, whoever the DM is.
Just
What's
fun,
it? What?
Just just in case like you roll really, really poorly, I can make something funny happen to you. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Do
I'll give
it.
a shot.
Do it.
No, it's not.
I want to say
Not.
like a
Ned
demon
can't speak again.
skull that was resting up on top of the hilt of the sword falls off and like bounces off Ned's helmet.
Boom. Ah.
All of a sudden, Ned can't speak again.
You can only speak giant for the next 2 minutes.
If I knew a foreign language, I would use that.
Just say everything backwards.
Pig Latin.
Pig Latin. That's right. All right. Can I at least determine, like, do some of the runes come in sets? So I would know these 3 runes mean something together, for instance?
Sort of.
Or would I just need to chisel all of them onto my armor to see what they do?
Sort of both. These are ancient runes. These are Titan runes. You know that for sure.
These runes are tight. And
Nice. Joking aside, do these bones like feel like anything? Like was there any kind of anything about these bones other than the fact that they're just really large?
They're definitely bones.
Okay, so that's okay.
Ned, if you check in the journal, there is a handout about the Titan rune. And then whenever you take a long rest, you can swap your runes, of course.
aha! I see that now.
Hey, Francis, look. I'm on top of the skull. Ha 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 ha. I am the king of the world.
As you shuffle your way up to the top of the skull, you swear you hear something shuffling around inside it.
Ooh. Hello.
As he gets up there, I yell out, "Hey, look at me! I'm Vic."
Yes, that is me. No, you are Francis. What are you talking about?
Oh no, I don't. I couldn't hear what was going on inside the skull. I was be like, "That's nice, Vic. All right, be careful up there. It might be brittle."
True.
I'd like to kind of like get over next to this eye socket and kind of like get down on like my hands and knees and like kind of like peek my head down and under like the eye hole and be like, "Hello."
Roll me a perception.
Sure. Perception. 17.
I want to say that's not quite high enough. You don't see
What
anything.
about-
It is dark in there.
Okay, fair enough. Actually, I was about to say investigation, but it's the same thing.
No, actually, those two are very different. Investigation is to decipher clues.
Oh, well, I mean more like my bonus to it is the same. Yeah.
Well, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Anything in there, Vic?
Actually,
No.
if you want to roll an investigation,
I mean, I'll try it. Nope.
no. Find your
No. There was a scuffling, but there does not seem to be anything inside of this.
Hearing him say shuffling, I'll motion towards Ned to flank the other side of the skull, and I'll come up to the eye socket over here, sword drawn, looking in.
Oh, do you know how to drive? We have come
Do
to
I-
talk about your car's extended warranty.
At that point,
I'll,
a gigantic lightning strike comes down from the seven heavens and smites Vic in two.
It's like, psst.
Ow. Para continuar en español, prime número dos.
It just
Maybe.
carves into the skull. It carves into the skull next to you, and it says, "Please put me on your do not call list."
This time the lightning bolt comes from underneath Vic, like the upside down exclamation point.
I do not think it is a language problem. Ow.
Hey, we got power back.
Hey.
Yeah.
Was it just a
Welcome back.
blinker, or did you have an outage?
Neither. So somehow, even though my foot was nowhere near it, I might have kicked the outlet.
Oh.
And
So your excitement truly did turn the lights off.
yeah, sure.
Either that or there's a cat hiding in there.
What?
Either that or there's a cat hiding in there.
No. Oh my god. I thought you meant there was still a cat in this room, because there was a cat hiding in this room while we were fixing that.
Oh.
I was genuinely alarmed. Carry on.
At least-
So I jumped up. I didn't jump up. I just kind of clambered up to the top of the skull, and when I did so, I heard some scuffling and shuffling. So I got down on my knees and I tried to look into the eye socket, but I wasn't really able to see anything. It's very dark under the skull. However, I did inform Francis that I did hear a scuffling and a shuffling. So Francis has begun to approach. I told them that we were trying to reach them about their car's extended warranty, and I got smited twice because they did not want to do it in Espanol either. And that's
looking
where we're at.
inside. Looking inside, do I see anything through the eye socket?
It's very dark. However, you can see that the skull is wrapped with some kind of cloth, and there's some of that wrapping also on the inside. Ned, how come you only have 26 hit points?
What in the world happened?
Very strange.
He's showing full on my screen.
No, it says 26 on mine
Yeah,
too.
26 out of 26 is still 100%.
Oh, gotcha.
That's funny.
Yeah,
I don't
maybe that
know.
it's an older token.
No, he just pulled it out of the journal.
I did.
That's alright.
That is
Yeah, mine
probably
did the same
update.
thing.
Yeah.
He
Let
time
me
traveled.
That's 14.
Let me take a damage and add it back.
Yep, there it is.
Yay.
How far is it from where I'm standing to the ground in the eye socket? It's just a quick little hop down. Could I hop down onto the ground that's just in the eye socket?
If you fall 15 feet, you will take damage and prone.
Mm,
But if you
okay.
just slide a little bit, like, 6-7 feet down the eye socket and hop down.
I'll say yeah. I'll kind of slide down this way, just kind of with some style and ease, just slip around and then kind of maybe do a little somersault off of the other corner of the eye socket right down into here.
Hello.
Do you want to do this stylishly enough that we should ask for an acrobatics check?
100%.
Why
Yeah,
not?
there's no. Yeah, you don't.
Do it, flip! Don't do a flip! Don't do it!
It's too late.
You slide all the way down, and you intend to like do a flip at the end, and you just kind of slide off and are unable to torque yourself into a rotation, and you just kind of fall on your butt.
My hubris. I was like, I got a +10 to acrobatics. This is in the bag.
What if there was like a bone sticking up at the end and he caught himself on it?
Ow.
He just keeps sliding until he starts going up the other side of the skull and he starts going around.
Guys, that's enough bone jokes, alright? There's such a thing as enough bone jokes, and a fella ought to know it.
There's only 206 bone jokes available.
Can I walk
For 6 easy payments of $29.99
through the sinus cavity without having to fall down and embarrass myself like he did?
Listen,
I am not embarrassed. I have style and ease.
I mean, you don't really have to.
You
You don't really have to do so stylishly. You can just like slide down.
Let's tease.
You know, there's a doorway right over there.
You don't have to do a flip.
Let's tease. I am a robot. I was not designed for basic purposes. Except for the fact... Never mind. Disregard.
anyways, nothing. I'm in the eye socket.
Yes.
That's all that matters.
Dusting off your now
Yeah, just-
bone dusty butt.
Yeah, just,
That was a joke about the car's extended warranty, but I do not appreciate the lightning.
Approaching in through this other eye socket that was wide open. Looking around to it. Hello, is anybody in here?
There is no response. It is real dark in there.
Alright. I will use...
Does anybody have dark vision?
I mean, you don't need dark vision if it's daylight in here.
But it's dark in there.
I will use my brand new channel divinity,
Ah!
Light of Lathander, to blast daylight in here, and everyone will get 2d4, is it? Yeah, 2d4 temporary hit points.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
You all get
Yeah.
5 temporary hit points.
And
Fantastic.
a good start on a tan.
What?
So it's blasted daylight. I think it's a 30-foot,
I think it's 60 foot.
60-foot
Daylight
radius.
is
So
very, very large.
yeah, so this whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah, it's real bright in there. Everyone feels a little bit bolstered by Lathander's brightness. And
Yeah, I took my sword and I jammed it into the earth, and you see the rising sun at the end of a road, which is on the hilt of the sword, begin to glow, and then a blast of daylight shines out in a radius, and as the light washes over you, you feel yourself gain hit points. Temporary.
There is a house in New Orleans.
In the house in New Orleans.
Thanks, PB.
in any case,
You got it.
Yes, they call it the setting sun. In any case,
Oh.
now that you've blasted the interior of this Titan skull with daylight, shuffling out from the bits of banded cloth that are sort of stuck to the interior of the roof, the inside of the skull, down shuffles a spine devil, and he runs to the corner into the back of the skull and holds his fork out in front of him and says, "Stay away! Stay away!"
Why do you not like us?
They're coming to kill us. We
Who is
can't die
they?
here.
Who is they?
Stay away.
No.
Vice is gonna hold a hand out in front of her, and just be like, she's gonna start speaking in, I had to check. That is, in fact, a devil. She starts speaking in Infernal and said, calm down. We're not here to hurt you.
Vice, roll me a perception.
Speak for yourself.
Vice, this devil looks exhausted. Like you would look if you hadn't slept in a year. Or maybe not your whole life. It looks completely
dead.
haggard. Well, I mean, they don't have REM cycles. They don't have a brain like we do. But it looks completely haggard. A bunch of the spines are like loose and wobbly. The skin looks frail. The eyes, if the eyes could be any more bloodshot, they would be bleeding.
I'm gonna slowly approach the devil, keeping my hand out in front of me.
It holds its fork out in front of it and says, "Stay away! You stay away!"
Again, I start speaking in Infernal. We're not here to hurt you. Please calm down.
Yes, no one's here to hurt me. They all want my soul. They just want... And then he starts to trail off into another language that nobody but Ned understands. Giant. And the rest of the sentence is, they just want to keep me here forever.
That doesn't sound like Infernal.
I will
Ask him if he knows how to drive.
I will reply in Giant. Who are you talking about?
The spine devil kind of stops in mid-ramble and looks at you, Ned, and says, "What are you? How do you speak my language?"
Isn't it obvious? I'm a giant.
Art thou?
I love these conversations.
The sound that the spine devil makes now, it's this strange, it's like a cackle, like a laugh, but it's so loud and shrill, it kind of hurts your ears. It makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Even you, Vic, even though you don't have hair on the back of your neck. Everyone, the back of
It
your...
grinds your gears, one might say.
Like the wicked witch of the West laugh.
Like 1,000 times worse? Between 1,000 to 1,500 times worse?
Gotcha.
This is unpleasant.
Really grates very quickly.
Make him stop. Make him stop. Make him stop.
Yeah, I'm gonna... the look on my face was pleasant, but then when he's laughing at me when I say that, I'm gonna get all, gruff and giant smite. I'm gonna grow. It's like, you're laughing at me?
Not indoors. Oh no.
Yes,
Oh my.
Kind of
indoors.
bump your head up on top of the skull.
I have not seen you become this large before. Holy shit.
You
At that
stop
point-
laughing at me.
The spine devil drops to its knees, drops its fork, covers its face with its hands, and begins to sob.
I know I'm pretty scary like this, but stop crying, you wimp.
I was once like you. Look what happened to me. Look what's become of me. And then he trails off and starts to speak in common again. And now I'm just here. And then he switches to Infernal. I'm gonna be here forever. And then he switches to Giant. Unless they kill me.
Doing that.
And
Stop
then
it.
I'll die.
We still do not know who they.
Well, I actually we don't know. We don't know. He said they because he said it to Giant, so only Ned knows that. Never mind.
You used to be like me, but you didn't. You weren't, were you? You were bigger.
He pulls his face out of his hands and kind of cranes his neck and says, "How did you know that?"
His skull. Tell him about his skull.
This is your skull, isn't it?
And he like starts to feel his head. And then he starts to cry into his hands again.
And I say in common, "Hey guys, I think this is the Titan."
Not very big.
Ned, I think you've lost your damn mind. That's a spine devil. We've seen plenty of these damn things.
Well, it is now, but things die in Avernus and they become devils, maybe sometimes. See, I'm starting to understand how this place works.
Tell me, how did you die?
He's just sobbing into his hands.
Stop crying. That's lame. You're lame. Stop being lame. How did you die?
Sorry.
Lulu, do you have any fries left?
Ooh, French fries.
She like pulls one out from under her armpit and eats it and says, "What?"
Why there?
Just the one? You have others.
It's such a moist French fry.
I don't know,
It's like-
maybe. I
it's like
picture her,
McDonald's
wearing,
fries.
like aviator goggles and a scarf because she was just in the what do you call it?
The grinder.
It's like McDonald's fries 4 minutes after they've been sitting in a bag by themselves.
15 seconds after they've been sitting in anything.
So what you mean to tell me is that we traveled all this way for some Titan blood, and all we've got is this quivering spine devil with no way of getting Titan blood?
Perhaps his bones still have marrow.
Hold on. Let's not rush into anything. Vice is gonna, again, rather slowly approach. She's gonna kneel down in front of him. She's gonna be like, "How did this happen to you?"
Still no response. He's just sobbing into his hands now.
Lulu, initiate code therapy.
Oh,
What
I
do you
have
want
that.
me to do?
Oh,
Don't you
You
have
make
like
other-
some magic or something?
yes, but I don't have mental health magic.
Well, if you did, you could make a fortune.
True.
You could reform healthcare.
This stream brought to you by BetterHelp. Okay, we're not sponsored. Sorry.
Do we know what the Titan's name is, or was it just always
Uldrak.
Uldrak? I'm not sure Ned would remember that.
Do I get the sense that this creature is frightened, or that like a dose of heroism might help him shake off these cry weepy stuffs?
I did not think you were going to say heroism. I'm gonna.
No, Francis is not a fucking
Do you
drug dealer.
think we should give him a fix?
Hero what?
Do you
So
think we should
Francis-
give him a fix?
Francis pulls out a tiny little mirror and a little white rock and a credit card.
Like he'll feel invincible for the next 5 minutes. I'll tell you that right now.
Don't do drugs, kids. Do I get the sense that maybe helping him out with a little bit of heroism might help him get past this and talk to us with a more clear head?
Maybe.
All right. I'll walk over to the spine devil. I'll find a spot on him that's not spiny.
There's a shoulder. The spines are kind of, brushed back there.
Real brittle.
I'll put my hand on his shoulder and I'll get down, like squat down eye level with him. And I'll say, I'm going to need you to try to hold it together a little bit here. We got some questions to ask you. Can you do that for me? And as I do that, I do a first level heroism.
Okay. You want to post the spell literature for our viewers?
Yep.
I really should resize that. In any case,
Yes, for the viewers.
in any case, as you cast the spell, this radiant glow begins to wash over this spine devil, and its hands fall away from its face. It stops crying, and it was kind of like on its haunches, and now it goes from on its haunches to kneeling and now sitting back cross-legged.
All right. Are you feeling a little better now?
Better than I felt in a long time.
Did you
All
just
right,
give him a
Vice.
sedative?
I have ways of helping people get over their fears. Vice, why don't you ask our friend here some questions? And then I'll go back here and keep concentrating.
So, are the Titan that lives around here, yes?
I was once a Titan, but now no longer. Vice, why don't you roll me an Arcana? You can very clearly tell that this is definitely a fiend.
Uh-huh. Okay. How did this happen to you?
Once I was a proud Empyrean warrior. My deity, Surtur, god of the fire giants, gave me a quest to slay Tiamat for his glory. And so I came here to Avernus to put down the ancient beast. Instead I was destroyed. Her prowess was far too great for me. And instead of killing me outright and sending me back to Surtur, I was cursed. And now I live in this wretched form.
So what is a curse?
For millennia I have lived here. In my own skull. Over the course of time I felt my sanity slip. Any minute now it's going to overtake me again.
Perhaps there is a way to break this curse.
There is. Long ago, I learned that to remove this curse, I needed Tiamat's blood to be spilled here, where my corpse remains, so that her accursed blood could mingle with my accursed bones, and that I could live again. But so long ago, I realized how impossible this was. I was beaten so handily by her and her minions. And now, a shadow of my former self, I stand no chance.
So if we need to spill blood, Tiamat, in order to get you out of here, you're saying we need to go slay this giant 5-headed dragon beast?
No, that is impossible. No one can slay Tiamat. Tiamat is a god. Any attempt at such is foolish.
To kill a god, you have to rid them of their followers, and Tiamat has many followers across all realms. It's nearly impossible.
She is the mother of all chromatic dragons.
Alright, so if we can't slay Tiamat, maybe we lure her here and shoot her just so a little bit of blood goes drip, 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 and you turn into your Titan form?
She is far too careful for that. She knows that I need her blood. Instead, she takes delight in knowing that I remain here. But I have learned that one of her acolytes, a dragonborn named Archon the Cruel, carries a vial of her blood in a reliquary he wears around his neck.
Ooh.
Alright, so what you're saying, we need to go get this vial of blood from Arcane?
Archon the Cruel. He also carries a weapon that I am interested in.
I get a weird feeling that we're just on one big side quest.
one huge fetch quest chain.
Urban baby.
Because we don't even know if that unicorn that is the original reason why we're here is gonna even.
It's like one small favor in RuneScape.
Yeah, no offense,
Yeah.
but I didn't write this.
This is the
and Kenji disappears.
this is the weirdest hunch.
I'm trying to show the book, but the
Yeah,
True.
I got you. All right, so this Arcan the Cruel has this reliquary with the blood in it.
He's got a couple things that we're interested in, actually.
yes, he carries
So-
a reliquary with Tiamat's blood in it, but he will never let that go willingly. Not
We
without
will.
a sufficient reimbursement.
Do you have any idea what that reimbursement might be?
In the hilt of my sword, there is an orb of dragonkind. And for those of you who remember, Mahadi talked about this. That's what you call an artifact.
That's a long way up there.
So he is interested in having that.
Do you understand the power of an orb of dragonkind?
I can honestly say, no, I do not.
Listen closely, for my time here in Sanity is short. As soon as your spell goes out, so too will my coherence. An orb of dragonkind can compel dragons.
Oh. That could be bad.
Or it could be very good.
You're saying that the individual who has the vial is a dragonborn.
That is correct. A fallen paladin.
So
He
The
also
orb.
carries something else that we're very interested in. We
So-
must go see him, one way or another. It may help that we have extra things with us.
do you think that perhaps the orb would be helpful in persuading?
The only thing that I can think of that he would be willing to trade the reliquary for is this orb of dragonkind.
I mean,
No dragonborn, especially a worshipper of Tiamat, could resist an artifact of this power.
Are you willing to part with it?
I've already lost everything else.
Could you throw me up there?
No.
Damn.
The only way to release the orb of dragonkind from the pommel of my sword is to take my fork and insert it into the pommel.
So you're saying we gotta climb up there, jab this fork into your pommel, and then the orb goes and pops out for us to hold on
It
to?
will fall from my sword at that time, yes.
Alright, so we should take it with us to trade Arcan for this blood, to spill it over here, to give you your life back, at which point would you be willing to give us a gallon of your blood?
If that is the payment you require.
I mean, I'm willing to negotiate other forms of payment, as this is quite a quest for us.
Are you flirting with him? Sorry.
Of course. Francis is playing like a paladin bard multi-class here.
These cheeseburgers, man.
Sorry.
Maybe disease.
Um,
At that point, because it's been about a minute now, the heroism spell expires, and the Spine Devil goes back to sobbing in its hands.
do we see the fork that he was holding on to?
Yeah, it's laying on the ground in front of him.
All right. So I'll grab the fork, and I'll drop the daylight spell.
All of a sudden, it's real dark. And
how do we plan to get
somehow,
there?
because you're no longer sort of distracted by the blinding brilliance, the quiet sobbing seems to echo even more pronouncedly inside the skull.
Hmm.
Oh wait, did he tell us where Arcan is?
He did not.
Yes, it again. Do it, do it, do it, do it.
Fuck.
It's just real somber, and then just like shit.
Another hit of heroism.
I'll go back over.
He needs his fix, what can we say?
The
I'll
shittiest one
burn
rotation.
another first level spell.
He's on the come down.
All right.
Give him another.
So Francis takes off his belt and wraps it around Uldrak's arm. Gives him another shot of heroism, at which point he says, something.
Yes, you mentioned we have to go find Arcan. Where is Arcan?
If you have a map.
And I'll look over towards Vice and go, Dora, you want to...
Excuse me?
Let it have a conversation with it.
I'm sorry, Vice. Would you like to show the map to our friend here? And please be quick. He's going to go back to a sobbing mess soon.
Begrudgingly show the map to our friend.
Okay, let me...
Just like every so often glancing at Francis and glaring at him.
He has a
Yo
conversation with
soy
the map.
Dora!
Oh, come on! Come on!
You're small and angry.
I am. I'm petite and enraged.
Up here in the upper
Oh,
left corner,
shit!
there is
Yeah.
a tower.
I see.
There's
My
a
side
very,
quest
very
senses
large,
are tingling.
very protruding dragon skull cut into the mountainside.
Sure is.
He marks
Sure
the location
is.
on the map and wishes you the best of luck.
Real quick, before you go away, how do we get across the river up there?
Well, first time I tried, I just kind of stepped over it. I'm a Titan, you know.
Damn it.
That I cannot say.
Hey, hey there, little buddy. I know you probably miss Surtur a lot. If you give me an opportunity, and this might hurt a little bit, but I can make you feel a little closer to him. Maybe it'll help you. My intention is to carve a flame rune on him.
Like, you want to etch a rune into him with your...
Well, he's all bone, right?
He declines.
Oh. All right. Well, it was worth a shot.
Okay,
Jesus Christ!
well,
He's made of bones.
At that point, the emaciated, run-down-looking spine devil goes back to sobbing in its hands as the heroism spell goes out.
I guess
At
he's
this
not made of
point,
bones. He's made
how
of...
are we going to get up there
Brains.
to get the gem? Not the gem, the thing. The orb. We still have to get to it.
Lulu says, I got this.
Oh yeah, she can
Swipes the
fly.
fork from Francis and flits off.
Fantastic.
I'll say, Ned, I might need some help over here trying to catch this thing.
All right.
If I'm being honest, I don't know if we should engage in any kind of trade with this kind of thing. I mean...
No, we have to kill him anyways. He has the hand of Vecna.
I'm sorry, he has the hand of what?
He
The hand
has
of
the
Vecna?
hand of Vecna. The
Did
one
we
that
not
I
go
told
over
you
this?
about in the Wandering
So he's-
Emporium.
So he's gonna marry some girl named Vecna?
Yes, and we can't have that happening.
Come on, Ned, wake up.
Even you have
Vecna
heard
is a single
stories of
lady,
the
and she don't
evil
need
of
no
Vecna.
man.
Everyone knows. It's like a story that, parents tell their kids, you better eat all your greens and do your homework, otherwise Vecna's gonna come and get you.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Eat your fucking veggies.
If you don't do your homework, Vecna is gonna write stuff in your book for you.
Oh, for what it's worth, I do think that perhaps we must kill this dragonborn. But maybe, if we are able to keep the orb intact, we may be either to A, haggle for it, to keep it as our own, or give it back when we return as a sign of good faith to possibly have a titan on our side.
Or part C, we hold on to it. Because didn't he say that this thing could summon dragons?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Option A was that we could
No.
haggle with him when we get back to see. It's like maybe we keep it as an extra bit of reward along with his blood, but or we could try to see if maybe we can actually get him on our side. Because I mean, if we had a titan with a sword that big, I don't know, man. Might make a few of these situations a little bit easier. I don't think we'd have any problems with any goddamn tree knots anymore. Is what I'm saying.
So,
Well, I think he gets
thought-
released.
I think I have a conflict of moral proportions with this entire plan.
What is your conflict?
All of these characters that we're trying to appease have all been understandably pretty bad, very bad people. If we were to trade the orb, then that is us risking a powerful artifact that could be used to advance the plans or whatever they may be planning of Tiamat. If we were to exchange it at the Emporium or something like that, then we have no idea what kind of evil we'd be setting ourselves up for. And to top it all off, the entire point of this is to bring a Titan back, a Titan that is bad. Titans are bad.
Ned raises
This
Ned
Titan.
raises
Well,
his
this
hand.
particular
not.
Titan
This
is
one
bad. This one specifically is bad.
But
Ned
And
we
Ned's
are
raising
we
his
are
hand.
we are helping him have his life back. And I feel like even with this one, who is admittedly bad, that would mean something to him.
Just curious, why is this particular Titan bad?
She means he's evil.
he's easy.
I know.
Yeah.
That's
Are you asking that in character or out of character?
in character.
And
The god
to be
that
fair,
was
I
here.
don't want to trade it. I definitely want this. I want Archon dead. And then I don't want to. Yeah, I wouldn't want to give it to Mahadi either. It's either we keep it or he gets, or our new Titan friend gets it back. That's pretty much my two thoughts on this.
I don't even
But
think
either way, Archon doesn't get it
I don't
because
even
we
think
have
that
to
we
kill him
should
for the
keep it.
hand effect now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's our two options.
So
Yeah.
Vice. So the Titan was, he serves Surtur, who is a god that's not very nice, but he was here to kill Tiamat, right?
And
Yeah,
the
Vice,
enemy
can
of
you
my
roll your
enemy
religion
is
check,
kind
please?
of.
Who, me?
Vice.
Vice. But my other thought is, are dragonborns related to dragons at all? Ned would not know this. Maybe the orb might compel Archon.
So you're a little fuzzy about the details, Vice, but you're sure that giants and dragons are enemies somehow.
A common enemy does not shift the morality of an individual. simply
My
because
And an ally are not the same.
Exactly. And the moment that this individual stops becoming our ally is a moment where they may be willing to turn that power against us.
Then it is
Or,
settled.
God forbid, others.
Then it is settled. We keep the orb. Don't tell him that we got to keep it. And then we get his blood.
I don't think we should keep it either. Because
Then
that
what do
in
you
and of
want to do
itself is
with it?
immoral.
Should we destroy it?
Oh, I don't know about that.
I have no connections emotionally to this orb.
Which
I agree that nobody bad should have it. But what do you think we should do with it in that case?
Speaking of the orb, Lulu inserts the fork into the pommel of the sword, at which point the orb starts to fall out, and she wraps it up in her trunk and flits down.
Oh, well, that was a heck of a lot easier than what I was planning on trying to do.
Job, Lulu.
She says, "Yeah, you shouldn't try and catch it. It's gonna fall really far."
We must protect her at all costs.
She was pretending to shoot a gun on the way here.
Listen, she also has to protect herself at all costs.
She
That's
was
fair.
also doing it while saying pew pew, wearing a pair of aviator goggles and a scarf.
True.
She's just like the Red Baron, like Snoopy, just flying around. And you do.
I got a sup with camel.
All right. Well,
Oh, Vice. What are your thoughts now?
I think that engaging in this whole affair is immoral entirely.
It is for a purpose that we find necessary. We need his blood. How else do we get it?
But we don't even know if the ultimate end goal, which is the frickin' unicorn, is going to be able to help us.
True. But do we really know anything until it happens?
The idea is that we get some amount of information before we do anything that's completely irreversible.
Well, how do we get more information?
In a very, very serious tone, one that you don't often hear from Lulu, she says, as she's chewing a french fry that was somehow stuck in her goggles.
That
Was the end goal supposed to be... Was the end goal supposed to be getting the unicorn out or getting a letter of introduction to Belle?
that's what we were doing. Damn, it's been so freaking long, and it's actually been, what, like a day? Yeah, Francis doesn't have a good memory.
Notes.
Francis doesn't have a good memory. All right, well I mean...
Look, here's the thing. None of us want to give this Archon guy a weapon. So we're with you there, Vice. From what I'm hearing, our rogue bot say I think he wants to. Do you want to kill him, right?
Absolutely, there is no other option.
So, I mean, I don't know about you, but killing somebody named Archon the Cruel, who lives in hell, might not be such a
He also
bad
serves
thing to do.
Tiamat. He is one of Tiamat's most loyal followers. They are very bad.
Is that like your thing? Are you with a group that
I serve the Homut.
isn't tight?
Thank you.
So let me ask you something, Vice. All this time you spent reading your books about the inherent evils that exist in the world. Did you Is that all you ever wanted to do? Is read about them, or did you want to do something to fight them?
All I ever wanted was to see you smiling. Sorry.
I understand you don't. You didn't really care for us killing these warlords down here, but this is an actual being of evil, and seems like if we.
As opposed to all the devils and stuff.
Oh, I mean, this is Archon the Cruel.
I must also be honest in that I do not have a full understanding of where your moral compass lies, because you are not willing to kill one that will kill many.
Um,
And that might be my fault, because I just want to.
Oh yeah, your large size would have worn off a long time ago, huh?
Yeah, I've kind of affected Vice because I like to kill things,
I see.
kind of regardless of their moral standing.
I will say, I do not shoot blindly. I do know who this is. I have been told, I have been guided. Bahamut wills it, and I must make it happen.
So, Arcan, not a good dude.
No,
Tiamat, not a good dude.
definitely not.
Uldrak, not a good dude.
Probably not.
But ultimately, we need
He's
to work with Uldrak in order to get what we need to get an introduction to Bel,
Yes,
in order to further our freeing of El Terrell from here.
So
So
we can
ultimately,
try and find a sword.
right. So in order for us to continue with our ultimate mission down here to free El Terrell from this contract, we have to work with some bad people. I don't like it any more than you do.
I don't know that we have much option. Everybody down here is kind of bad.
Yeah, so people are going to be shitty. We're going to have to probably do some real shitty things. But we have to look at the big picture here. We have to get this sword. We have to free El Terrell in order for those innocent citizens to get back up onto the material plane. And we have to ultimately get ourselves out of here too. I only see one way forward, and that's to go try to find this Arcan guy. See what we can do to finagle blooded Tiamat out of his hands and keep down this path.
think back to Raga Draga.
I understand, and in Braga Draga, that was taking things a bit too far. He didn't need to die, and it wouldn't have furthered our mission down here anymore. But if we don't at least talk to Arcan, there's no way that we're going to be able to keep going down here. I mean, the only way to free Uldrak to get some of his blood to get to Bel is to turn him back into a Titan. And that's with Tiamat's blood.
I won't stop you, but I don't know how much I'd be okay with helping you all on this one.
Lulu flits over
Helping
next
us.
to Vice and says, "What choice do we have? We have people to protect."
I'll stay with you and I'll heal you if you need it, but I don't know if I can do this with a clear conscience.
Lulu says, "If it was you, and I had to trade this orb for some blood so I could save you, I'd do it."
Thanks, Leo. But it's kind of not. It's a little bit different than that.
No, it's a whole city of people like you.
I know.
And just remember those people we left in the catacombs there. They're counting on us to get this done. I understand that you don't want to do it, and you're welcome to make your own choices. But I know that I need to keep going down this path myself.
I haven't seen you do anything that you shouldn't be proud of, Vice.
I mean, I've already lost my soul here.
And at that point, the eyeless Triiki that you received in the Wandering Emporium and From Here to Avernus glows with a little bit of warmth.
Swallow it.
Oh, what the fuck?
Swallow
The
it.
actual fuck?
My goodness.
What the fuck?
This is my
Swallow
adventuring
it.
party, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm also the kid that stuck. I stuck
rope
beads
me
up
in
the
with
nose.
these assholes. Hold on here. What the fuck?
Swallow
You
it,
gotta-
'cause I could.
I was the kid that used to stick beads up my nose. Don't pay any attention to me.
Yeah, swallow.
Sorry. Back to serious.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He was the kid that liked to eat marbles.
No, stick them up my nose and my ears. Yeah.
God, you were like my worst enemy. I was the kid who collected them.
Oh, no.
Wait, you collected beads and marbles that have been up kids' noses? What's a weird
100%.
collection?
The picture
Baby,
becomes clear.
Stop it!
It's one of her quirks.
Sorry, don't mean to quirk shame you.
Quirk shame.
So while Francis is talking with Vice, I'm gonna go over to Vic and say, so you got a beef with this Archon guy, right?
Yeah, well, Bahamut does, and therefore so do I.
He serves Tiamat.
He does. We don't
And
like him.
Look, I'm just saying, dragons are the worst, and he serves one, and I'm there with you, man.
I'm going to be dragging my nuts, robotic ones, across his face.
I don't understand some of the things you say, robot, but I just want you to know I'll fight the dude right along with you. You got
Fantastic.
my back. I got your back.
I will say, I do not plan to go in guns blazing, as long as the party does not want to go in guns blazing. But, before I leave, he must be dead.
Oh yeah, we don't want to do it stupidly.
Why does he
Yes.
have to die?
Bahamut wills it. Well, I guess I should say, as a caveat, he doesn't actually will it. He just needs the hand of Vecna to be destroyed. But Archon is not one who is going to give it up so easily. And we do not really have any other bargaining chips, as we are not going to let him have this orb.
Can we avoid killing him, at least?
I think that is going to be up to him, honestly. And he is a fallen dragonborn paladin that serves Tiamat. I do not think he is going to go quietly.
Or at all.
Unfortunately, he will probably strike one of the first blows. It is best that we prepare ourselves for it, but for your sake, I am willing to try alternatives. Redundancy. Anyways, I'm willing to try.
Somebody turn it off and
Alternatives.
back on again.
Battery low. Anyways, but I'm willing to try other plans, if perhaps we can come up with one before we get there. But again, he is not one to be kind. It is literally in his name. He is not Archon the kind. He is not Archon the understanding. He is Archon the fucking cruel. Well, I added the fucking, but you know. It was an adjective, not a verb. Nasty. You made the face, I did not.
I made the face because I was thinking, sir.
No.
And I wasn't thinking about that.
It is not something I see. Never mind. Anyways, continuing on.
Vic gets flustered.
Listen. Why is my bronze turning red? Anyways,
Us.
I am embarrassed. No, but like, yeah. So I'm sorry, I'm struggling with the voice right now. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not gonna go in guns blazing. So like, if we can come up with some kind of other idea and like give it a shot, I'm not against that. But the end goal here is that Hand of Vecna's gotta go. I'm not leaving until that's destroyed. So that's the big thing. So if I gotta fight him for it, then by golly, Bahamut wills it.
So
straight int, Vic.
Straight int. Oh, nat 20.
You definitely very clearly recall that Bahamut's instructions to you were to bide your time and not be careless with your life.
Right. However, I've also been specifically told I gotta destroy the Hand of Vecna.
You have a chance to destroy the Hand of Vecna, but do not be foolish and careless with your life.
So ultimately, this
Okay,
guy,
fair enough. It's in my notes.
This guy has one of the most powerful magical item.
Do we know exactly? We know what
Yeah.
the Hand of Vecna is, right? Like if I was to look it up, it wouldn't be meta.
I mean, your character wouldn't know that, right?
Okay.
Your character doesn't.
So
know
yeah,
what
in that
it
case,
is or what
I
it
won't.
does.
I won't look it up then, because if I know what it is, it'll still be too easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he has an extremely powerful
You also don't know how to destroy it.
relic artifact magical item attached to his body.
Yes.
He is a fallen paladin worshipping Tiamat, who is one of the most powerful gods out there, I guess.
Greater deeds.
And yeah, greater deeds. So we're going into this trying to bargain with this guy for blood of his whoever he worships to spill on the ground to free this Titan. And we're thinking that potentially we're going to get into a fight with this guy. I see that as going very poor.
I have been told he is extremely powerful.
Right. I don't think. I mean, I know me personally. A couple of good wind gusts and a nice hit, and I'm down for the count. I mean, hell, a freaking wood nymph screamed at me, and I died.
That is true. I almost did the same. Well, I kind of did the same.
Yeah. I mean, I think we go into this with the outcome being the last ditch effort being, let's attack this guy. Maybe we try the diplomacy thing for once.
If we do have to fight him, we need to get that hand off of his arm.
Argus, what are your thoughts on this?
Hearing my name, I'll come down from the skull, where I've been just kind of keeping an eye out for things approaching on the horizon. Did you call for me?
Yes. What do you think about all this?
About what?
Have you not heard the conversation?
No, being just, keeping watch.
So, to get you up, we have an orb. It is powerful. We don't want to let it fall into the wrong hands. We need to talk to Argan. He is cruel. He is very cruel. He is also very powerful. We need to maybe kill him, but maybe not. But we do need to get a few things from him. He has the Hand of Vecna. He also has Tiamat's blood. We can use Tiamat's blood to bring this Titan back. Titan may also be bad. Well, he is definitely also bad. But the enemy of my enemy, perhaps. We don't know. So, now, we need to figure out what our plan of attack is.
Alright.
And
Wait. so the Hand of Vecna. He
Yes.
has the Hand of Vecna.
He does.
That's
It is
that's a hell
something.
of a thing.
Yes, I need to destroy it. For good
Well,
and for Bahamut.
well, honestly, like it does depend on how powerful this person is, because
He is
if it's
extremely
just gonna,
powerful.
if he is extremely powerful, I mean, I might be able to cast a spell on him to make him not really attack for a little while, but that's a bit, hit and miss.
I
I mean,
see.
if he's too powerful, then it might not work, and if that's the case, I mean,
Do you think it is a good idea to then try to open with diplomacy in that case?
we could open with diplomacy, and then
In that case, the
use.
majority has it, and I will go with whatever the group decides they want to do.
I mean, if we can find a way to gain an advantage on this person, if there is some kind of weakness they have, then I wouldn't be above exploiting that. But otherwise, if it's just going to be a suicidal run, I mean, we've already faced so much down here. I don't want to die just because we challenged the wrong person to a fight.
In that case, the next thing we need to figure out is what are we going to try to enter with? Because if we don't want to give him this orb, which we don't want to do, what are we going to give him for a vial of Tiamat's blood and the Hand of Vecna?
That is an excellent question. And we're going to resolve that and some other issues when we get back from our first regularly scheduled break for the evening. Out here on the West Coast, it's 4:33 p.m. On the East Coast, it's 7:33 p.m. And we'll be back in 10. Greetings, everybody. Crit Cats is back with our Monday descent into Avernus, and we just left our party deciding what they wanted to do with themselves again.
Truly.
Seems like you say that a lot.
So, if
It's
we
a
are going to
complex puzzle,
visit,
this thing.
if we are going to visit Archon, we still need to figure out what would we be willing to approach him with in order to acquire that vial of Tiamat's blood, as well as the hand of Vecna.
I mean, the first rule of negotiating is you don't offer first. You tell them what they want. What do they want for it? You make him
Yes.
tell you what he wants for it.
However, if we show up without anything, there's not going to be much reason for him to want to talk.
I mean, we have the orb. We approach him. We say, we'd like that vial of Tiamat's blood. And see how the conversation goes from there. We know that we have this orb in the back pocket. I mean, there's no telling what this guy's.
How big is this orb, by the way?
The orb of dragonkind is about the size of a bowling ball. It is heavy, it is very clearly made of gemstone, and it glows with scarlet radiance.
Gotcha.
If I take it and put it in my bag and tightly wrap it up, does the glowing come out of it?
A little bit.
Trying to figure out if we could wrap it tightly enough or with enough layers that the radiance wouldn't come out.
I mean, you could always just stuff it in a box inside the demon grinder.
True.
Oh, right. So, I mean, we literally have it in our possession, and we just approach him with, this is what we want from you. What is it going to take to get it away from you?
Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
I wanna. How about a zig-a-zig-a?
He wants a zig-a-zig, whatever that would be. Maybe it's the orb. We have figured it out. A zig-a-zig is a dragon orb. Fantastic.
If you want to get my reliquary.
You gotta get with my lid.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Spice Girls. All right, well.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we kind of have an idea of what we want to use as our possible bargaining chip. But again, if he doesn't think we have anything, how do we tell him we have something without telling him we have something?
I mean, we let him approach us with what he's looking for.
To be fair,
we tell him,
I don't know if Archon the Cruel is going to just approach us with what he's looking for.
I mean, So you say, I'm looking for this from you. What's it going to take to get it away from you? He then counters with what he's looking for, and we see if we maybe have something that we can offer.
Okay.
I mean, worst case, he comes up and says, haha, no, that's not a thing. We go back out to the demon grinder, we come back with the orb and say, does this change your mind? And that might loosen the wheels.
But at the end of the day, we still do not want him to have this orb by any means. Because
at the end of the day, that might...
Vice made a really good point.
I mean, I say we leave it in the demon grinder for now, and we'll see what happens when we first go and talk to him.
I guess we won't know until we know.
And if you don't know, now you know.
We're thinking about, like, what's going to stop him from just killing us?
That's my thought on this.
Yeah. I mean...
See, the thing about the dragon orb is that we can hide it somewhere. I mean, you don't just arrive with the thing that you want to offer, no. You want to do a handoff, so... I think, worst comes to worst, if he wants to try kill us, we can be like, alright, we have this thing, we can go get it. If you kill us, it's lost forever.
And I thought Francis was the drug dealer.
But if we leave something like that lying around, if somebody's watching us, they could just take it.
That's why we'll have you stand guard, Lulu.
By myself?
Of course, you did a great job with that harpoon flinger thingy.
Yes.
Her jaw kind of goes slack and she kind of drools a little bit.
Well, you shouldn't have shown so much prowess. Now we know what you're capable of.
So, Lulu, I don't suppose you could swallow and regurgitate this thing, could you?
A bowling ball?
You?
Could you imagine? Just
I mean, I've watched
She's
cartoons
size
where it's
small.
happened.
It's like as big as her almost.
right. It's just
Francis, no!
like a balloon, a very heavy balloon.
Do I still have the spray bottles from the Wandering Emporium?
Yeah, with the vinegar.
Cool. I spray Francis.
What did I do? Like, genuinely, I don't remember what I did.
Bad.
Don't
Stop
you mean
it.
you want to spray Vargas?
Vargas is the one who has to be good.
Oh.
Who can eat it?
Sorry.
I'm gonna pull out a damn spray bottle and spray my camera.
Upon realizing that I've been spraying Francis, I turn and spray Vargas instead.
As
Okay,
you
two of
follow
your party
through.
members kind of smell like vinegar.
As she was
Better than
spraying the
hell.
water at me, I'm using the shape water cantrip to stop it and let it fall directly in
Water.
front of me.
Vinegar.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
so
what
you
is
stop
vinegar
the
but
water, but the
fermented
vinegar
water?
still hits you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use prestidigitation. As soon as she sprays me, it's just gone.
Except some gets you in the eye and it kind of stings first.
Alright, well, if you don't like that
Med's on
idea,
my
that's
side.
fine. I don't know what she can do. I don't really know what the species is capable of. Alright, so you don't like that idea. Well, what are we gonna do with it then?
Well,
My mouth is like the size of your nose, Vargas. Why don't you try eating it?
Well,
Okay, hear me out.
us dwarves, we don't really do that.
Hear me out. Ned. Giant's might. You swallow the bowling ball, and then you shrink back down.
Nope.
And
Nope.
explode.
He would die.
Woody?
Yes.
Frankie, I would not ever do that for less than a
We're not doing that.
Are you saying there's a
It's
price?
going to require a bet. That's all I'm saying.
We're gonna die. We're gonna die here. And
How
it's
bad
not
do you
even
want to
gonna be hell that
re-roll a
kills
new
us.
character?
I'll subscribe to your only Ned.
Vice still has some diamonds.
No! I'm not using them on this.
I'll trade you my right shoulder blade.
What was your stupidest revivify story? Well, my party grew their gnome, shoved a bowling ball down his throat, and then let him shrink and die.
You might
When he
that
revives, the bowling ball will be a part of his anatomy.
Isn't this the equivalent of putting a bunch of nickels in a tube sock and smashing it against the wall?
sounds like something that would happen in Jimmy Neutron.
I hate this.
You don't know. Gnomes,
I hate
Nope.
this.
gnomes have a very stretchy stomach.
What does that
I think
mean?
you mean they have a hearty stomach, as in
Why is it
they're
stretchy?
able to consume some less than traditionally edible
Yeah, bowling balls.
things, but not things that are larger than the size of their torso chest area combined.
What if we broke the bowling ball into tiny pieces and super glued it back together later?
Because it's not
That
a
is
bowling
breaking
ball.
the relic. That is
I
it's
mean,
not a bowling
yeah,
ball.
but like but like relic super glue though. You know what I mean? Like
it's-
they've got to sell it somewhere.
All right,
Not
so
a
hear
thing.
me
Yeah.
hear me out.
We don't have it.
Hear me out. I have a
Go to
disguise
Best Buy.
kit. I have a disguise kit. We could take the bowling ball, put it on my head, and then I'll
I
make like
already like
a
it.
rim around it, and then I'll just be wearing a fancy hat.
We
That's a
could
fancy hat.
stuff the bowling ball underneath Ned's shirt and make it look like he's pregnant.
I like this idea.
That's the
We're
most
not
believable
doing that.
way.
No, I was joking because I
Ned,
thought we were
no,
all.
you know what? I like this idea,
No.
Vice. Let's.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
That's only the third largest thing that's been under his shirt.
Stop it. If we weren't already in town, I'd tell you to go.
There are. I'm sorry. Is my dog making too much noise?
Nah.
No, you're fine.
Oh,
Your
you're
dog
fine, you're
is
good.
fine. I'm not.
So okay, so there are giants with 2 heads. You know
mean
where I'm going with
ends.
this?
Ned, no.
Are you pulling the Michael Scott Halloween episode where he has
You-
2 heads?
You have a disguise kit. We could put a face on this. Or-
we could just draw a face on it with Sharpie. Just give it like a stupid smiley face. Call it
Saying,
Nod. Ned
Sorry.
Nod.
Ladies and gentlemen, the heroes of Elturel.
Hear me out. We call it Bill, and then it'll be Bill and Ned's Excellent Adventure.
This would be more of a bogus journey, I would be honest, but
That's true, yeah.
this still makes a better movie.
Sanity.
I don't know what plan we're gonna go with, but regardless of what we go with, I want this one more.
I'm gonna spray Ned with vinegar.
I think you might improve the smell.
This might sound a little mundane, but we could just, bury it. That could be an option if we arrange things in a specific way so that no one can really see what we're doing. We could bury it and then drive over that spot.
If we're gonna be hiding it, then why don't we just hide it here?
Because I think we need to have it within range to give
Yeah.
it to him if we need to.
Remember,
And it's
across the map.
It's across the river Styx.
Why would we give it to him?
We wouldn't.
Well,
But
I
you at
mean,
least-
if you don't want to die, we don't know what kind of situation we're going to be walking into. Like, none at
Yeah.
all. It's
We
best
could-
to not not have that option if it's the only option to survive. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd rather not die if possible.
We could
I
bargain
mean-
the knowledge of its location, perhaps.
Just looking
It
at the
won't
map.
buy as much.
Information.
Information
it's
is
money.
valuable, but it's
And if
not
we
as
know
valuable
exactly
as
where it
just
is.
given the real thing.
Right. I mean,
True.
he has a physical item on him that he values very highly. Are we really going to get it from him without handing him something in return?
True. To be fair, I don't know if he would believe that. Even if we knew we were telling the truth, there's no reason for him to believe us.
I mean, look, I'm not the smartest thing that's ever walked through Avernus, but also, I mean, I know if I'm going to give up something valuable to me, I want something physically right now.
Well,
There
I don't think he has to worry. I mean,
an
as I
item.
said, it wants to
Yes.
stop him from killing us. The fact that we have something that he wants, and it not being directly on us at that time.
Right. I think the right choice is hide it in the demon grinder. Lock that shit up before we head in. Talk to the guy and see what he wants.
I think that would be too obvious, and I don't think a demon grinder is impenetrable. It's not like there aren't a whole lot of gaps in it.
I don't even want to let it out of our sight.
I mean, then we're back to Prego Nego. I mean,
No, we're not.
We might
That was
wanna-
never an option.
We might want to reconsider that phrasing next time we say it again.
yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
Prego Ned.
don't say that ever again.
That was
Never an
a
option.
little close there.
Yeah,
We know there were no real ill intentions.
So we either go with Prego Ned, Bill and Ned's Excellent Adventure, or Fancy Boy Francis. If you want to keep it within our sights.
Fancy Boy
Or-
Francis sounds like a name of a song I would make, so I kind of like that one.
I mean, Fancy Boy Francis, new band name, I call it.
That's got such a nice funk to it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Fancy Boy Francis is, ooh, that's tight. That's tight.
Well,
Quite like a toigo.
It's like a
just
stoil.
gonna lay it out there. I think we'll regret having it on us, but
I don't disagree, but I don't see any better options. And we have been standing here trying to figure it out for quite some time. And
Vargas.
yeah.
Vargas,
Aye.
can you tell if somebody has a magic item on them?
Well, I mean, if I prepare a little bit of a spell,
Okay, so if you can do that, then this extremely powerful Archon guy probably can do that, right?
More than likely.
That's an awfully lucid question from you, Ned. Aye.
I know. Every once in a while, when the group talks for too long about something,
we did something way back in that bathhouse that we were at in order to alert us. In order to alert us if something got crossed, like a line got crossed. How about we hide it in the demon grinder? Vargas, you can use that spell that you used to line the demon grinder, and if anyone tries to get in there, we'll know. That way it's safe. As soon as we know someone's done it, we can go back and try to get it.
See, that's the
know
thing.
when it
We
gets
don't know
stolen.
about distances. We don't know if we'll get stuck there. What if we go in to negotiate about this business? They close the doors, and then they're like, okay, we can start negotiations. The alarms go off, and then we can't get back.
I mean, it's a risk. Either we go in with it, and then he has free reign to take it from us, either by negotiation or by force, or we leave it out there, and that's our bargaining chip. Let us out of here. We'll give it to you. You give us the vial of blood. We go our separate ways.
So what does this orb do?
Yeah, could you describe it to me again one more time? Oh, didn't he tell us
No.
like a little bit of what it does?
It compels dragons.
Okay, gotcha.
So
It has other properties, but
I'm sure, but we would have to attune. So don't know if we want to do that quite yet, do we? Well, maybe we do. I don't know, but I don't want to.
So he lives there near some dragons, right? I mean, there's a big dragon skull. I'm assuming he lives near some dragons.
Nice.
Wouldn't it be nice to have an orb that compels dragons just in case he gets a little bit frisky with us?
Nice.
Flirting with him?
What are you thinking right now?
I think we don't know enough about what we're dealing with.
Do you know if there's a better way to find out more information?
Well, it so happens that, at least from our perceived directional experience, there's a location along the way where we could potentially send a letter to a friend of ours who happens to have access to quite a bit of knowledge.
His friend seems very useful.
Vice,
Didn't it
roll me an
cost-
Arcana. Or, you know what? Let's call it Arcana, History, or Religion, your choice.
There is zero distinction between any of those roles, numbers-wise, so...
You seem to remember something about orbs of dragonkind only being able to compel evil dragons.
The orb certainly may be useful, but I think to better understand the enemy that we're going up against, I'd like to get a better understanding of the weapon that which they wield.
Well, I have been told the elves do things other than the vial. Of course, one of which is the end of Vecna. But he also wields a very, very powerful battle axe. That is all I know. That is all I've been told.
Well, if we can find our way back to the Wandering Emporium, then I'd like to send a letter to our friends over in the City of Books.
Is that for free then?
It's not free, but...
Alright, what does it cost?
One
I
scavenger.
don't remember.
Well, I really hope it's not soul coins, because we are really running low on those.
Yeah.
I mean, if we did make it back to the Wandering Emporium, we can sell some of these war machines, but
Delivery
well, I
prices
suppose we'll see.
from here to Avernus are a parcel weighing up to 5 pounds or less for a single soul coin, and larger parcels up to 50 pounds for 2.
Shit. Okay.
Sounds like we need to sell some vehicles for some soul coins, and then use one of those soul coins to send a message. Because we can use some of the other soul coins to put some fuel back into the demon grinder, and then hold on to the rest that we can keep from selling the rest of the machines.
You know, we have a number of vehicles now. One thing that seems to be in common with all the warlords is they have a number of vehicles. We could just become warlords ourselves and ravage the Avernus planescape until we are rich enough to buy what we want.
Well,
The
I
thing
don't know
is that
anybody here who would
we
have any
don't
kind of problem with that.
we don't really have enough fuel coins to really get that venture going, even if for whatever reason we decided that would be the case. If we had to take four war machines around, that's 4 times as many soul coins we need to actually get there anywhere. So
Ooh. So
it's not
perhaps
really a great option.
perhaps
This
the
is
How do they
Wandering
do it?
Emporium is the best option in that case.
Aye. And the way they do it, I don't know how they acquire their own soul coins. They must have their ways, but we do not have access to them, at least not from what we can tell.
Our most certain in need is information, and if we have a way to be able to get it, then that is probably our best bet.
And I mean, this is also assuming that they're willing to trade soul coins for infernal war machines.
No way to find out until we get there.
Well, they are, war machines. They've got to have some decent value. They're not nothing.
I do know that they use the repurposed ones for their caravan, so we can get at least something from them.
But we still don't know where this place is anymore, so.
We'll have to find out.
So do we have a plan, or do we keep talking in circles?
I think our plan is that we should go to the Wandering Emporium. Well, find the Wandering Emporium, and then utilize those services in order to try and sell our captured war machines for soul coins, utilizing one of which to message her friend that has knowledge, and use the rest to fuel up the demon grinder.
How long is it going to be once we send this message until we hear back? Bueller?
Well, that's anyone's
Do
guess,
any of
really.
you know that?
No, but it's interdimensional travel, so it's either instantaneous or 6 to 8 business days.
They'll arrive between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m.
Probably broken somehow, even though it's just a piece of paper. Like, do they use FedEx or UPS down here? That's an important question.
DHL.
Oh, God!
Yeah, I mean, it is Avernus.
You do have to keep
Driven
in mind
by
for
couriers.
Oh, God!
potentially longer shipping times, because that canal between the upper plains and the lower plains is blocked up.
Yeah, and because we're in Avernus, doesn't everything have to be refrigerated down here?
You think that you can find a refrigerator that would work?
I mean, there's plenty of reefer vans down here, because everything else will just melt.
Yeah, it's
The
about right.
DM! The DM!
Roll for chaos.
Tell us we win. Just tell us we win.
We won Avernus!
We did it! Yeah!
Yeah!
No,
See you guys
don't
Wednesday.
Just win Dungeons and Dragons.
Sure you do. Yeah.
You just account better.
No, you win by virtue of playing. You can
Nobody
call it a win
really
if you
wins.
get through a campaign, I guess, or something.
You just
So
get
no one has
over
ever
it.
won ever.
No. Ever.
If you have
No one
fun,
has
Treasure
ever
on
won.
yourself. Don't you know? The real treasure was the friends
It's
we
the
made
friends you made along the way.
And with that,
Brace yourself in the eyes with vinegar.
I self-destruct.
Francis casts blinding smite on himself.
with a holy water sprinkler.
Yeah.
Vice goes back to the river Styx and finally flings herself in.
Wee belly flop contest.
She
all right.
doing that thing that Ned was doing. All
right. Well, honestly, I think my vote is we put the thing in the demon grinder. We put alert on it, and we keep it parked outside. If they try to trap us in there and negotiate, that is our bargaining chip to get out. If they don't trap us in, then we have a little more wiggle room in what we can offer.
So my next worry about that, and I know that this now just means that we're going to be having a little bit more of a conversation here, but we now have to go across the map, and the Demon Grinder is not the most fuel efficient of vehicles. Do we have enough fuel in either the Demon Grinder or in our other vehicles to be able to tow it all the way across and then cross the river?
No.
We do.
You absolutely
Okay.
do not, because in order to cross the river Styx, you need a vial of demon ichor in order to boost yourself into a parabolic arc so that you can cross it at Haruman's Hill.
Wasn't there a guy at the Wandering Emporium that sold demon ichor?
Yes. Also, there is a pool of demon ichor whose location is known to you on top of Haruman's Hill.
Okay.
But at present,
Right,
you
but then-
have one, and you can't tow vehicles across. That's not going to work so well.
So we would still have to use the Demon Grinder to get across. I mean, you would need enough gas to be able to get there and get back.
How many people fit in the scavenger?
I mean, you can fit as many people into one of these. The only one that's got a size limitation with how many people you can fit is the Devil's Ride, right? Because that only fits one person. There are action stations, right? So, like, there may only be 3 action stations in something like a Tormentor, but more than that can fit.
So, I mean, we could just take the scavenger with us since it has half a tank, probably a little bit less now. Use that as like our borrowed time almost, and leave the other scavenger and the demon grinder here.
It's a little less
and
than half a tank enough in there to get us across and back.
And the tormentor.
Right. So,
like, what's the fuel efficiency of these vehicles? What's our MPS, or miles per soul?
So you're
It's a
talking
D6.
about it usually takes somewhere between 1 and 6 hours to go from one location on the Avernus Plains to another, depending, right? And these vehicles have probably about 30 hours of fuel left in them. The Demon Grinder's got like 6.
Okay, gotcha.
And to fill it all the way back up to a full 72 requires a soul coin.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's 1 soul coin to fill it all the way up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then, I mean,
So there's this thing that you can do with soul coins where you can kind of suck some of the soul essence out of it to give yourself temporary hit points. They have 3 charges. If you want to pull some of that energy out, then you're going to lose time on your...
I imagine sucking souls into your body's not really a good thing to do.
No.
Like
That
a good
is
aligned
correct.
thing. Yeah. So, I mean...
burning them in an infernal war machine, mind you.
Also
Yeah.
not a very good act.
I mean, I'm game for using the scavenger then. Use the borrowed fuel that we've got and keep the demon grinder down here with the other ones. I mean, if... because we have to come back here anyway.
Right.
Might as well just use borrowed fuel to get up there and back. and play it by ear from there.
But at that point, are you also saying that you're willing to kind of go in here blind as to any kind of idea what we're gonna be facing up? Because I mean, the only thing we know is that he's cruel. It's in his name, and that he's very powerful, and that he's got some stuff that we need. But we still have no real idea of his character, and it seems like we might have a chance to learn something if we do visit the Wandering Emporium. Again, we do have to find that. It is wandering. It do be wandering.
Yeah.
So I mean, there is that. But I don't hate the idea of being better informed before we try to jump into this, because this guy is powerful, and if he wants something, he is probably in a much better spot to get it than we are.
So, I mean, the unknowns that we have are, where's the Wandering Emporium? How long is it going to take to send, and then that person researches and sends us back a response? How long are we going to be sitting at this Wandering Emporium just waiting? And then after that, making up a plan to then get there and get back. I mean, we're talking potentially days, weeks, months. I don't know.
True, but how long has this spined devil been here? As well as our Archon probably isn't going anywhere. Like, I don't know if he has any vacations planned anytime soon. So it's not like he's gonna disappear by the time we get there.
I mean,
so it's like if we do take a little bit
is
of extra
vacation.
time. Fantastic.
I mean,
So-
the longer that we stay down here, the longer El Terrell is suffering.
True,
If I
but
may make a suggestion that does avoid a lot of the big stuff with this skull, but gets us straight to the end game with our Titan friend, we could find our way somewhere safe enough for me to get some time to recuperate spells, and I would be able to cast Remove Curse
On
on
The
the
Hand of
Titan.
Vecna?
on the
Titan.
curse,
Oh.
on the cursed Titan.
Yes.
Well, that makes this entire conversation completely moot. Why don't we just do that?
I mean, it does seem pretty quiet here.
My 0 feels more like a 1
Oh,
now.
don't give me that shrug. We know this is Avernus.
Of course it's Avernus. But it seems pretty quiet here. You haven't heard a peep from anyone or anything other than Uldrak since you got here. You've been sitting around talking for like an hour.
Yeah. We could
I
hide in
mean-
the skull. It's not like,
Or, I
not
mean,
like
we
very
got
many people come in here.
a big ass war machine. We could also just hunker down in there.
I'm not against arrest.
I would not resist arrest.
So are we taking a long rest here?
Yes, I think so.
Let's see that. Let's see this, because if we can just do remove curse, and that works, then yeah, this kind of solves our problem.
I mean,
I
At least this part of it.
the only
That's
thing we
not gonna-
lose in this regard is time. We still keep fuel, and all it does is just say, we tried this, it didn't work, let's try something else.
Yeah, I mean, it's the path of least resistance. Let's try it.
Cool.
Low
Let's
cost,
do that.
potentially high reward.
And I can
Well-
always sleep.
I have a couple of ideas in case this doesn't work. One, if we take little Titan with us, I don't know, tie him up or something. I don't know. But if he's there, we could potentially, if we could get our hands on the blood, we could potentially turn him back into a Titan in case there's a scuffle.
But didn't he say the blood needs to be spilled at his grave site for him to come back? Because all of
It
his
has to
bones
be
are here.
Okay. That would require me paying attention. So
It's okay, Ned. It's okay.
The beauty of playing a character that's a little not up there.
I know that's. So the second thing is if I would recommend having the orb close by, but if we could convince him that we need to show him where the orb is, we could potentially lure him away from some allies.
Do you think he would
I-
willingly
I
go
don't know.
with 5 well-armed adventurers to see where an orb is by himself?
Hey, you want to go
With the
see an
hand of-
orb? Hop in my fan.
Hey kid,
I don't
I
know.
got some Hershey bars in here.
Hey,
I don't
I've
know
got
if
some
he
dragon
would
With the hand
orbs.
of Vecna, I don't think he needs friends to keep him
Yeah.
safe.
I mean,
That's you're nodding, Ned, but that's not a good thing.
well, but it's better than him having an army next to him. I mean,
Right.
he
Well-
owns some sort of big tower, and he's
Ned,
probably
he would kill us.
Nonetheless, I think before we continue on any more conversation, let's go ahead and do the rest, and let's try out this remove curse, and then we can talk for another hour if that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Be talking while you're resting, you know. At some point.
I mean, I've got Sentry's Rest. I can just keep talking, but
God,
it's-
Let me sleep.
10011110110011101110111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111
Stop. Anyways, but yeah, let's rest. Cool. Yeah, maybe. Okay.
If you want
Got
to
your
take a
best.
long rest, you can do so unhindered. This is a safe
Fantastic.
enough place, and nobody really wants to bother an ex-Titan for fear of reprisal, because the fact that he's been turned into a spine devil is not common knowledge. Also, you don't know that either, but serendipitously, you're able to complete a long rest, so go ahead and mark a long rest.
So the long rest removed the temporary hit points, is that correct? Or should they stay there?
Shoot, now I gotta look it up.
Either way, I'm going to keep that channel divinity on for this day.
And that also means Vice can change those spell-a-roonies. Very
Change your
They
spell.
last until they're depleted or you finish a long rest.
Okay, so
Gotcha.
we finished them. So throw more temp hit points. Hi, folks in chat. Welcome.
I'm going to
Now you
make
can
sure
swap out
my
any of those spells that you feel like. You can dump something for remove curse, dump something else for aura vitality or whatever.
Quick nudge nudge.
you
I don't
guys-
have Aura Vitality.
You guys notice a new rune on Ned's flail.
Ooh.
That would be the appropriate place for it.
Looks a lot like the rune on that sword.
Yeah, I'm going to keep all my spells.
Alright, as you're resting, something goes bump in the night, but it's just Uldrak gonna have to go pee.
Good for
Why
him.
was it purple? Why did I see that? God damn it. Sometimes I wish these eyes could close.
How long has it been since you were able to resupply your food and water?
Water was probably in Elturel. I don't think we
No, you
resupplied it.
definitely got food and water at Fort Knucklebone. Have
Right.
you had any since then?
We got a doggy bag from
Yeah.
the Emporium.
Yeah, but
That's
you're not allowed to eat anything from that doggy bag unless you spent a soul coin on it.
Hmm.
Otherwise, your soul is forfeit.
Shit. Then that
You
leaves
did
out
actually
Fergus.
spend a soul coin anyway,
Yeah.
because you sipped on the whatever. Actually, as a
Yeah.
matter of fact, this is supposed to be the time that your hero's feast ran out. That's something that you were supposed to gain the benefits of a hero's feast spell for visiting the Infernal Rapture and having a meal and going to the spa afterwards. And I forgot about that because that was at the end of an episode, and the beginning of the next one you went back to the Bone Brambles. However, the benefits of the Hero's Feast spell would not have helped you in the battle against the Treants and the Banshees. It was sort of a non sequitur. It had nothing beneficial for you, especially owing to the fact that that Banshee's wail brought you down to 0 hit points, so your hit point maximum wouldn't have mattered.
Damn banshees. Damn shees.
But I was going to give you the benefit anyway, but this is your second long rest since then, so it's been 24 hours now.
Hey.
But in the future, if you decide to go back, you get the benefit of a hero's feast spell for dining at the Infernal Rapture.
Good
Oh,
to
dude,
know.
you gotta pay again for that, though. So.
Affirmative. Can't eat the same meal twice.
I mean, you could. It just
I-
requires a little
No,
more
it
say,
has
bile.
no
I had the
nutritional
same.
value.
I had the same meal 6 days in a fucking row last week. I'm feeling great.
No, I think you
I
had
want to eat Infernal
That's true, I
Rapture.
did
We
eat
have
them.
Infernal Rapture at home.
Infernal Rapture at home is just a half-eaten bag of Cheetos.
Infernal Rapture at home. That's your new delivery service.
It's not delivery, it's
DoorDash
Infernal
does
Rapture.
Infernal Rapture.
I like the Rising Crust Infernal Rapture.
Infernal Eats.
Infernal Eats. That's Alton Brown's new show.
Title
Now
is
you see,
devastating.
you have to spend at least 3 soul coins for the garlic.
And I'm a garlic girl. You know that. TikTok has ruined me. All right, Vice, you got your spells?
Yeah.
Let's give it a shot, shall we?
I also picked up an extra thing just in case this doesn't work and we still want to try and get more info. So.
Right before we do this, would we like to maybe try to get him outside of his own skull before we do this? Because if this happens quickly, we'd be literally inside of his head.
Oh no, I'm like way outside.
True, but he's not.
Unless you're gonna get him out, then I think I'm gonna have to be in here with him.
Well, what my thoughts on that is like maybe it wouldn't really be that difficult to be like, hey, we might have a fix for you, but could you step outside of the skull before we do this? Like maybe we could just ask him.
He's back to being his blubbering, sobbing, crazy talking self again.
Yeah.
So it's impossible to have a conversation with him.
Yeah, and even when I had tried to reassure him while he was in that state, he was not responsive.
In that case, I'm going to also be up there just in case.
I think I'm like in there with him.
Yes.
So if this
so
works,
like if
I
he
gotta
becomes
fucking hold it.
yeah, if this happens quickly, then we are inside his skull at the moment.
Yeah.
So it's
I'm in your head.
yeah, like very very literally, his brain would be 30% Vic, 30% Ned, 30% Vice, and
That makes you
10%
all
Titan.
Zombies.
Ooh, well, I mean, we're not going to eat our. Well, I'm not going to. I'm not going to eat my
15%
way out.
concentrated power of will. Sorry.
There we go.
10% luck, 20% skill.
All right, Vice, whenever you're ready.
Bazinga.
It has
Please
no
say that every time you do the review.
No. No.
Just like that show, it fell flat.
Okay.
Alright, folks,
Well-
hunker down for another 2 hours of negotiation.
Let's. What time is it? It's 8:28. We got an hour and a half before we gotta call it a night. So let's just talk it through, shall we? Next
Another
Olympics
long
is in a
rest.
couple of years. We got some time.
Another 30 minutes, and we're going to take our second regularly scheduled break for the evening.
Ah, perfect. Okay. So now we
maybe
do have to
let's-
decide.
Goal-wise, let's try to have this figured out before then.
Right. So this is where we are right now. Let's give ourselves these two choices. First choice, we attempt to go get to the Wandering Emporium to go see if we can accrue some information, possibly gain some soul coins in doing so, because we can sell those extra war machines for some soul coins, perhaps, and not only utilize again one to send the message, but one to refuel the demon grinder, and then we might have some extras. It'll make us at least some semblance of a profit. Even if it's not a whole lot, I don't really know exactly how much they'd go for. We'd have to find out. Second option is we gun it for the baddie and hope for the best.
Actually, I prepped for if this should fail.
Yes, you did, didn't you? I thought you meant more like a battle sense of things. My bad.
Not quite. So it would eliminate the cost factor of visiting the Emporium. Whether or not we actually visit the Emporium to get more soul coins, that's more likely than not, unless we're going to find another source, but
Also,
unlikely. But I took up sending this last long rest that I completely forgot I had access to, and that allows me 25 words between planes of existence.
On the same plane, isn't it?
No.
Without chance of failure?
There's a 5% chance of failure if it's on a different plane, but...
I'm willing to take those odds.
Yeah.
It is worth a shot.
Yeah, it's... I mean, how often can somebody roll a nat 1?
Shush. Did you see what happened when I slid down the skull? We don't know about that.
Well, you tried to do a flip. That's on
Listen,
you.
I am very dexterous. Just not when I'm, except for when I'm not. It's fine.
You already rolled the nat 1 for tonight, so...
True.
Oh, gee, why are you jinxing it? Stop!
Oh, he said the
You
word.
said the J word.
Oh, it's my fault now.
There we go.
Alright, so do you want to try sending now?
Let's figure out what I should say before I go into things, because I get the feeling that Ken's going to play this like anything I say after I immediately cast the spell is going to be in the message.
Two words.
It's like you've played for him.
What do? 2 words. What do?
Love this. I love that plan. We should totally do that.
Yeah, just what do with question mark at the end of it.
What do you want?
What do? No,
Vargas,
just what do?
Francis,
Send apple juice.
I'm allergic to that.
that's my thing. I have 25 words, so we got to count this out.
I don't know that many. I don't
What
know
do you
that
want
number.
to know from them?
Yeah,
It's
who do I
Vice.
send this message to?
I'm forgetting her name, but it's the woman in the...
Sylvana, what's her name?
Savicas?
Yeah.
Rivera, yes.
Or was it the person in the library up there that we talked to when we were doing the devil research or the demon research?
I'm pretty are you talking about the person in like the tavern that we chased away, or the person in the library that kicked Ned out?
I mean, I would say reaching out to someone that's in a library would probably be the best way to go, because they could have access to it and respond.
You didn't really talk to anybody in the library other than the librarians who were helping you find books?
It has to be a creature with which I am familiar.
I guess it's this Salvira.
Yeah.
Silvera would want to help us. The librarian probably would say stop.
Shh.
Take me
The
off.
librarian
Put me on your do not call list.
I do
I think
not
the
want an
librarian
extended
would
one.
morally be compelled to help us, but would be hesitant because Ned is here.
Fair. So let's definitely choose somebody who's definitely willing to help us, because we're already taking a chance
Well, only
that
Vice can
there's a
cast the
5%
spell.
chance it can fail. Right.
Yeah. I'm definitely reaching out to Silvera, because she's
Okay.
all I've got.
So now
Okay, so
we
what are
got
the
20, we got
up
25
to 25
words.
words that you're going to say?
Hey, what's up?
It's Vice.
I think I need to write these down. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to forget shit. I don't want to ad-lib.
Why say lot word
Rapid
when few
response.
word do trick?
Go to SeaWorld,
Go
Ocean,
SeaWorld.
China.
It's an office reference.
When me talks mechanic, he know what me say when me say car no go. When me president, they see.
He was in Charleston a few weeks ago.
Brian
Actually,
Bumgarner.
it was a few months ago. Actually, at this point, he was one of the bars that my dad did the trivia for. They were doing an office themed trivia night, and he was there for it. So that was cool. Yeah.
Kevin is by far the best character on that show.
I have a hard time disagreeing with you.
C is for suspension. So, the other favorite line of his was when Michael has the cold sore on his lip, or the pimple on his lip, and Meredith goes, "Oh yeah, it's a cold sore." She goes, "Yeah, I have them on my genitals." He goes, "Wait, you have a penis?"
I really like the episode where there's like they have the coworker that they find out like he's been to jail.
Oh yeah,
And he was like, I was talking to him about what he did to go to jail, and he described insider trading to me, and it sounds a lot like things I've been doing.
It should be the last hurrah, where we all go around yelling hurrah, and maybe the last person to say hurrah is it.
It's it.
Sorry, folks, this is your Kevin Malone intermission.
Just a nice little intermission. Just get some snacks. Not the chili; it was on the floor.
A little Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear scenario.
Yeah.
Mama Bear. Why do you call it hate ball? Because Angela hates it.
Remind me what the Titan's name is. I'm
Uldrak.
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 Okay, so what we should say is come to San Poco, put on
Nope.
show, stop the infamous El Guapo.
Oh, God,
If
what is
you
it?
like pina coladas and getting caught in the
Quoting Three
rain,
Amigos.
Three Amigos, yes. What does that mean, infamous?
It's
Oh,
so
Dusty.
famous that you're infamous.
You're not just famous, you're infamous. So good. That's one of my favorites.
The two of them, they did that Netflix little special, Martin Short and Steve Martin.
Yep.
It was so good.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
I've been watching Only Murders in the Building.
Yeah, we have to get caught up on that. We haven't watched the past 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're sitting here having side conversations, and Fia's sitting here just going,
yeah, you know, we're giving content until it is time to continue.
"Where can I use contractions?"
He is doing homework.
You gotta leave 8 slots available because you gotta have the para continuar en español prime número 2.
Hi, I'm Vice. Paid for by the Vice for Getting Her Soul Back Foundation.
Me and McDonald's told you. God, I've come here to just tell you, if you think about doing drugs, stop it. Get some help.
Trying to think through the different campaign ads that they had on The Campaign. That lovely movie with Will Ferrell and Zach Galifianakis.
I did watch that one. I don't like Will Ferrell, but I love Zach Galifianakis.
It's so cringy.
It's not good, but it's also really good. You know what I mean? It's one of those ones that is like because of how bad it is, it's enjoyable.
A couple of his, but go ahead.
Like all of Zach Galifianakis' stand-up. It's
Yes,
so bad that it's hilarious.
100%. This first one where he sits at the piano the whole time in a pretty small room. That one's probably my favorite. That's to be fair, it's also one of the only ones I've seen in full. But yeah, no, I really like that one.
The outtakes that he has from the Between Two Ferns interviews.
Yes, the outtakes. The outtakes are by far better than this show.
There was one. I think he was interviewing Ant-Man. What's his name? Paul Rudd.
Paul Rudd.
Where he's like, "Why are you lying about being Jewish? Is it your nose that's giving it away, or something like that?"
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Your parents divorced when you were a kid. Was it your fault?
You should write that. You should write that down for the sending too.
No.
There's an extra PS. Just wondering.
All right. I got the gist of things down, and I have 9 words available. So.
Para continuar en español, primer número dos.
What I'd like you to do is to type out what you're going to send and send it in chat.
Perfect.
I can actually... Is there any other information that we want to get that we think she may be able to help us with?
So I guess I have to ask then, what have you said already? Because it would be nice to know. Because if she knows about the Hand of Vecna, do we know a way to destroy it? Because that is kind of still the thing that needs to, that I would like to happen.
So what I have so far is it's Vice, 2 words, need help to dispel Titan's curse on Uldrak. Need information on Hand of Vecna.
Okay. I feel like because...
I can actually probably shorten that, but I wanted to make it very clear.
Yeah, I would say because need information on Hand of Vecna is still somewhat vague. Maybe continue on more about and can it be destroyed? Just kind of shorten that kind of...
Rather than can it be destroyed, how to destroy it.
Yeah, it's just rather than just saying information on Hand of Vecna, because that means they could just kind of give us anything. They don't necessarily know exactly what we're looking for information-wise about the hand, other than they could just give us general info about the Hand of Vecna, and that might not help us with what we need to know. So also, I guess we kind of need to just we want to kind of steer them in a way that's the specific information that we want about it.
Also remember, they're going to respond, but they also only have 25 words, right?
Right. Yeah. So the more concise we can be, the more concise we can ask for the answer, the better chance we have of getting what we need in their 25 words too.
So I think ask the most important, because we're asking 2 different things, right? The orb and then the Hand of Vecna. Which one is more important to know, and only ask about that one first, and then maybe burn a second one to ask the second piece.
But then we have to talk for an hour on which one's more important at the moment.
The Titan. That's the first thing we need to do.
I'd assume so.
Yeah, I mean, I won't disagree.
Okay, so I can ditch the second info on Hand of Vecna, and anything specific that we want to ask about the curse. How to break, that kind of stuff.
I guess a shortened form of, is there an alternate way to break it? But is that something that they would know? What kind of collection of knowledge does this person actually have?
City of knowledge.
Oh, okay,
City
gotcha.
of
Yeah,
all
yeah.
knowledge.
Yeah, so they know things.
Yeah.
I mean, if anyone's going to know it would likely be them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
How quickly do they have to respond?
It has an
Just
unlimited
about
time period.
instantaneously.
So they would have to respond right away.
Yeah, duration of the sending spell is 1 round, 6 seconds. So the entire exchange of information has to happen in that time.
So if she doesn't know this information, then she would have to go look it up, and we don't have a way for her to send it back to us unless she knows the sending spell.
Odds are, as a sorceress, she does. And
She's
if not,
a
then
sorceress. She's an archmage.
better. Even better.
So would we know if she has that spell or not? Or has access to that spell?
I mean, to be fair, still a better bet than. Well, I mean, it's still a bet. We have the chance of this working, and if this works, then we don't necessarily have to go to the Wandering Emporium, to try to figure this out. So, I mean, it could save us a trip, and if it doesn't work, then we still have those. We just end up back with those two options: either go to the Wandering Emporium and figure it out, or go straight to Mr. Archon the Cruel.
How about ending the spell with reply yes if you got this, and use sending to reply yourself, something like that, just so that we get confirmation that she got it. Because if we send this and it fails, now I can't transfer through the planes, we're not going to know that it fails. The only way we're going to get confirmation is like a read receipt.
Well, if we... Yeah, that's fair. All right.
So are you kind of
I'm writing this out to count it.
yeah.
So,
Well, I'm saying like PB. Are you kind of like saying that like she'll use the return of this to just say yes, she got it, but then she's gonna have to cast another sending spell to give us the answer. Okay.
Bingo. Yep. That way, at least we know, one, she got it, she's working on it, and then she's going to tell us once she's got the info.
Gotcha. That makes sense. I just wanted to make sure I was following that correctly. Because the analysis is making my brain go.
This is not Francis thinking. This is me and my personal work saying, please confirm once you've gotten this email.
Yeah, brother, I feel that.
Delivery receipt, read receipt, high importance. Yeah. I know the deal.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
The art of the deal?
No, God, no.
Become president.
Get your house raided by the FBI.
okay.
All
right. I think I got it. I think I got 25 words exactly. Just one last brain.
I can hear the dog.
One last go over, just to make sure I got everything down that we need.
Dry run. Let's go.
It's Vice. Need help to dispel Titan's curse on Uldrak. Claims to require Tiamat's blood. Is there an alternative? Reply, yes, now, send information later.
Perfect. Seems like a good amount of information. It's the ask, what we're looking for, the confirmation that they got it, and telling them what to do with the information once they get it. Passes my test.
Are we ready to go?
Vice, I need you to roll me a D100. If you roll in between a 1 and a 5, the spell fails.
Can't I roll a d20?
No, I asked you to roll a D100.
Roll a D1000.
That gives you more chances for failure if you don't.
It's the same percentage.
Same.
I mean, right, but
on a d20.
I mean, right, but like, there's more sides on a D100. You know what I mean?
Come on,
Technically, you
fight.
said if she
Come.
rolls
There are fewer
It's digital.
between a 1 and a 5.
Yeah,
It's still a 5%
exactly.
chance either way.
Listen, it makes me feel better.
Based off of the rules, if you roll a 2, a 3, and a 4, it fails. A 1 and a 5 is fine because it's between a 1 and a 5.
That's what the DM.
Hey, if we're gonna get semantic
Greater
down
than
here,
and equal to, and less than and equal to.
Wait, I just looked at what Francis said in the chat. What the hell?
look at me. I'm Vice. I don't like hurting things. Also, can you look into this for me? I don't want to be. That was 25 words.
I don't want to be anything other.
By the way,
than
I sent that like
happy.
20 minutes ago.
Alright, there we go.
No! You gotta be kidding! Who said the one? Who fucking said it?
Francis.
Who said it?
Us.
No,
Literally-
no. Do not put this evil on me,
said the
Ricky
J
Bobby.
word.
Do not put this evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
You said the J word.
You did. Oh, Frankie, how could you?
Do not put this evil on me, Ricky Bobby. You both said rolling the 1. That's not me.
Hold on.
We have spent an hour standing in one spot.
Wait,
I
have one more third level spell slot.
I love this game so much.
I have one more third level spell slot. I can do it again.
Oh, this is
What
like
would
probably
happen
my
here,
favorite session.
Because you cast the spell, right? And you're just kind of waiting for a reply. And after like a minute or so, you're just like, I don't think it worked.
Shit.
Yeah, it's like the Facebook notification, but like the little, it never says delivered. It just stays as a little dot.
Is it because I said bazinga earlier? Is that what it
It's
is? That what it is?
100% because you said bazinga.
No, apparently it's because I said jinx. Jinx, jinx,
That's
jinx.
it.
Jinx, jinx,
Stop
jinx,
it!
jinx. Jinky, jinky, jinx, 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 jinx.
Dude, I have to roll again.
Sorry, unjinx, unjinx,
Jinx.
unjinx,
You owe me a
unjinx.
Coke.
Oh shit!
Take it
Jenga. Jenga. Do it.
easy.
I'm so
Roll.
fucking upset.
I'll be honest when I say that
Jakarta.
this is one of the most
Jakarta.
memorable sessions I've ever.
Just preemptively
I'm
getting this
gonna
out
have
of my
to
spell list.
rename this episode Uldrak's Grave. Because you guys
Yeah.
are not going to get to Archon the Cruel tonight.
I'm sorry.
What makes you think that?
All right, speed run from here on out. Let's go.
There, okay.
There it is.
Alright, take 2.
I should have said high-low, so you could have failed.
Oh
that
my
too.
God,
That would've
my-
been hilarious.
Would have been
Oh
Why is
my
she cheering up?
god.
All right, let's see the 25 words.
Oh
now
god,
you
I have to
gotta
type this
type.
out now. Shit.
You do, and you know what? I'm going to resize this thing.
Oh my God! Amazing.
Vice Irving is typing. Oh my gosh, a chat bubble has appeared over the map.
Suspense is killing me.
Diabetes is killing me.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
I am sorry.
Fingers are killing me.
Diabetes. Little Wilford Brimley in here.
Diabetes.
I am simply rusting.
Frosty. Oxygen. Your nemesis.
I mean, TBH, it's all of our nemesis. That's why we take antioxidants. We're all rusting from the inside. Oxygen truly is slowly killing us all.
Oxygen, we need it to live, but it's killing us.
Truly. Some poetic irony right there.
That.
Ken, you're muted.
Am I?
You were.
I probably just pushed the wrong push to talk button.
It's all good.
Weird to think that most of the air we breathe is actually nitrogen.
Yep.
True. It's Vice. Need help to dispel Titan's curse on Uldrak. Claims to require Tiamat's blood. Is there an alternative? Reply yes now. Send information later. Vice
Yes.
out.
I'm still horrified by that nat 1 on a full D100.
That was
Yeah,
so,
how could you have rolled
so
in that one?
fantastic.
I don't fucking know.
Well,
He was so adamant on rolling the D100. I think he had that planned.
Yeah, he has it coded in here. I think Haxor's.
It's a way to die, guys. It's a way to die and roll 20. I knew it.
Ooh, the GM is typing.
Ooh.
What's he typing?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
11,
13,
12,
14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
19, 20, 21,
It's
22,
more than just a yes.
Vic is looking.
Vice, you hear her voice clearly in your mind.
I got bad news, guys.
No.
Wasted 2 third-level spells.
And a whole day long
Technically,
rest.
3 third-level spells, because I used the dispel. The
Listen.
You can also cast those as 4th level spells still.
Yeah.
Screw it. We'll just long rest and go and get those spell slots. It's not like we left.
Yeah, just sleep for another 8 hours.
It's like college, kids.
Yeah, it's cheat codes.
So apparently shortcuts are not allowed in Avernus.
What? What
I
makes
mean-
you think that?
I mean,
Was it the bone brambles? Those trions seem to take some shortcuts.
true.
Well, I guess that leaves us back to
Yeah.
let's give ourselves 5 minutes to decide this because there's a break coming.
I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't think sending or getting any information to upstairs and back down again, I don't think it's going to get us anything at this point.
With them saying useful information seems unlikely. I'm willing to agree.
I could ask next about the Hand of Vecna, and then we take a long rest and then head over to the Emporium. Because I do have somewhat unlimited access. That's not even unlimited. I have some amount of access to communication between this realm and the regular place. Words are hard right now. I spent the last 30 minutes thinking about 25 words, and I hate it.
I mean, that's a decent average.
God damn it, Ken.
Hey, I didn't write the sending spell.
You did this. That one came from you.
I want to say blame Chris Perkins.
Well,
or blame Canada, whatever.
Blame Canada!
The time is now
For all their
5:57 here on the West Coast. That makes it 8:57 on the East Coast, and I think we're going to take our last regularly scheduled break for the evening. So we are Crit Cats, and we'll be back in 10. Greetings, everybody. CritCats is back with your exciting conclusion of tonight's episode of Descent into Avernus, which I'm going to have to rename Uldrak's Grave and not Archon the Cruel.
We're just a bunch of emo kids just sitting on a skull in the middle of a grave.
Bunch of goths sitting around smoking cigarettes in a graveyard.
Or Faye.
This was a nightmare blunt rotation. So
Pass it to the left, guys. Come on.
You know, pass the duchy to the left-hand side.
I'll use my cooling fans to help us hotbox the skull.
can we just live here now?
Yeah, I mean, this place seems pretty nice. I don't know.
Yeah, like we got an AC system now. Like
There's a Walmart nearby. That place is hell in and of
grocery
itself.
within walking distance.
This seems the appropriate place to have a Walmart, doesn't it?
Honestly, you wouldn't see a Target in Avernus, but Walmart 100%.
Yeah, with an attached Chick-fil-A.
Wow.
What are
True.
Are we? So are we going now, or what are we doing?
I guess we're gonna
what's
take.
the plan now?
So I guess where we left off is Vice said she could possibly she could do one more sending to ask about the Hand of Vecna specifically, rather than anything else, because we might be able to get some real information out of that one, because that's not necessarily the. It's not the Titan's curse, because that's a very specific thing. Obviously, we've seen that a remove curse doesn't work on that, so it's a very specific thing. So it makes sense that she wouldn't really be able to give us too much helpful on that. But like the Hand of Vecna, I mean, there's definitely information on that available somewhere, and I feel like a city that's nothing but knowledge would probably have easier access to that. So it might be worth the bet to use that last sending slot, and then, if allowed, take a long rest. Oh, you have 2 more slots.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I have 2 4th level spell slots.
So,
I mean, regardless, Silvera said that she doesn't have sending prepared today.
True.
So even if she needed to send us back info, it would only be the stuff that's on the top of her head.
True.
And then we have to wait until tomorrow.
But as the
send the rest of it.
Archmage in the City of Knowledge, there's a good chance she would have pretty close to immediate access. I mean, it is again another gamble we have to take, and there is also another chance of a nat 1, but you know, why not at this point, right?
I could ask her to fetch somebody who does have sending on hand,
6
and they
seconds.
within a short period of time in a city full of
Right, but wouldn't
people
that
who
person
are
who's
capable of casting
They would have
magic.
to be familiar with you.
you, yeah.
Fuck.
All right. Well, maybe in that case, it's just best that we try to move on to to one of the original plans.
I mean, it wouldn't have honestly been that weird if she knew someone in that city who knew that spell. But yeah.
Yeah, but they'd have to be familiar with Vice in order to be able to
That's
send
what I
it to
mean.
Vice. Yeah.
Like she probably would know some people in that city.
She's never been to
But
Candlekeep.
yeah. Oh,
We settled that back in
Candlekeep.
chapter 2. You have never been to Candlekeep. We settled that back in chapter 2.
You
You literally said to yourself, I always wanted to go to Candlekeep.
Yeah, and we dropped by there before we came here.
Mm-hmm. You never, the one time that you went there was with the party.
Okay.
Before that, you'd never been. So you don't know anybody
I
there
think-
other than the people that you met.
I could theoretically Hail Mary and throw a sending spell at the.
Mary.
I was gonna say, is Mary one of your gods?
Are you flirting
No.
with me?
What?
I don't know, man. I'm trying stuff out. No.
I could see if, on the off chance that was he an orc? No,
The ogre, little
the
one.
ogre from the bar.
The ogre knows sending.
Maybe he'll know something.
I don't know. I feel like we're kind of I feel like at that point we are very much grasping at straws. What is the?
Grasping at
Yeah.
straws.
Like, it's just not what the thoughts that we're having now is just kind of avoiding the decisions that we need to make at this point.
Yeah.
And I think we really need to get going. Because this is as
that
cozy
is
as the skull is. I gotta
You've
keep
been
these.
here
I
for
gotta
about
keep moving.
somewhere between 8 to 10 hours at this point.
Yeah.
In that case, I'll just if we're gonna take one more long rest, I'll send one more. I do want to ask about the Hand of Vecna just to see, like, on the off chance, within 25 words, can she give me like a simple synopsis?
Yeah, because I
Just so
guess
at
we
least-
can just
At least we're starting off with more information than we had.
All right. I guess that also just depends on, are we able to take another long rest here, though?
Probably.
So,
Vice Irving is typing.
Vice Irving has entered text. Anybody?
Entered text.
Do not deceive me, Ned. No.
I legit fell for it for it. God damn it!
The Sword of Power. All right. Okay.
that's good information.
What?
That happens to immediately pertain to a goal of the party, so
I see.
How do we get the hand off of the arm? Can we just chop it off?
Well, it does not say that he is
surgical
actually wearing.
removal.
It does not say that he is wearing the hand of Vecna. It just says that he possesses it. He may just hold it by its wrist. It is. It does not say if it is attached to him.
I just want to say out of character that any meta gaming that I just did was completely unintentional, and sorry. I can't help it.
Oh, was there? I didn't actually realize if there was metagaming there, to be honest with you.
Trying
I'd
very
say
hard
this
to play
once
dumb
for
with this because
posterity. Anybody who reads ahead is committing high treason and will be
No.
eliminated with extreme prejudice in the most embarrassing way that I can fathom.
No. It's a matter of watching Critical Role is the thing.
See.
See, therein lies the problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just had a hyperfixation a couple years back, so I have some information off the top of my head, but I'm playing dumb, so
I don't know. I don't know
Like,
shit about fuck.
For instance, when we see Archon the Cruel, we're gonna go, hey, that's Joe Manganiello.
hmm All right. Well, I guess.
Who vehemently states that his character is not a villain.
I mean, not in the character's eyes.
Everybody thinks they're the good guy.
You know, you either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. I mean, I guess at this point, we rest up and then head on to knock on Arcan's door and see if he'll be nice enough to give us a vial of blood.
You know what? The way that you worded that, I shouldn't have responded that way. Because you didn't ask how to destroy the Hand of Vecna.
yeah, you did give me
Also,
a little
you
bit more
didn't roll a
specifics.
D100.
I didn't,
Natural
but she responded.
One. Natural one.
I wasn't gonna. I wasn't
Oh my
gonna
God.
do that guy. Jesus Christ! No more. Okay, Vice. No more sending spells for the rest of the night.
But they're fun.
With this.
I love
Listen.
this. This is amazing.
I think actually what she would have responded with was very different. Because you didn't
Yes.
ask
So
us
that's
to
what-
destroy it.
Yeah, just tell me anything. Kept it vague. And
I did.
oof.
Yes, I can tell you. What do you want to know?
Vagueness is not rewarded in society.
It was rewarded in this one instance.
Yeah, but that was God messing up.
Yeah. I can retcon myself.
No. No.
You spray her with the vinegar.
Just no.
You only used
I
10
sprayed-
words.
Bad dungeon master.
I sprayed God with vinegar.
We
How does
already we audibly discussed Sword of Cost, so can't retcon player discussion. Nah. No can do. Nah. Wrong bitch.
Hold on. Only the sword of Kos can destroy the hand of Vecna. Its location is unknown. That's 15 words. She also would say something like,
There's more.
Kenji GM is typing. That's only
I
5 more
don't
words. You still
know.
got
I don't know why I told you that.
Para continuar en español. I'm sorry.
5. We've been trying to reach you regarding your cars.
Your Capital One payment is overdue.
He took off his headphones because we were talking
I
too much.
can't concentrate with you guys yelling at
We're sorry. We'll be quiet. It'll be great for stream. Everyone, no talking.
No, it won't.
Do you like me? Yes/no/maybe.
We're playing MASH. Do you like a mansion, apartment, shack, or home?
She also would have said that.
Ah.
And I of Vecna corrupt everyone they touch.
So that's a bad touch.
You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals.
Woo?
That's the Bad Touch by Bloodhound Gang.
So let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. Do it again.
Do it again now. I choreographed badly an entire dance to that song when I was 19 years old, and part of the entire dance is that you have to maintain eye contact with somebody of the same gender while you do it.
I mean, I think the only logical way to close out the stream tonight is for you to perform that dance for the last 39 minutes of stream.
I won't say that it's a bad idea. I won't say that I won't do it.
I will. It's a bad idea. You shouldn't do it.
Well, luckily,
39 minutes.
And I will, and I'll maintain eye contact with PB for it because he gave me the idea.
If that's the case, then thank you guys for watching.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
Killer's pleading in chat. Don't do it.
If he completes that challenge, do we get to have some bonuses? Does that buff us up against?
Listen, all I'm saying is that if somebody wants to donate $50 right now, we'll make it happen.
No, here. How about this? If he finishes the dance for the next 38 minutes, then we get the benefits of a hero's feast that we never got.
I don't know.
Actually, technically, even if you had gotten it, it wouldn't have made a lick of difference at anything.
I know.
Which is what makes it even more better.
You know what's a fun idea that we could try doing? We could try it's a wacky suggestion. Let's carry on with the campaign.
Says the person.
Oh shit!
Has given us these, who has made us postulate alternatives for the past hour anyway.
Hey, that's my thing.
Killer's got a great idea.
I'm trying to avoid conflict. Is the thing. That's my deal.
This is a long conflict that we're currently in.
I mean, Killer's got a great idea in chat. How about a single dance through the chorus for 1 soul coin? I mean,
how about dance off to figure out what we're gonna do? If I win the dance off, we're going to the Wandering Emporium.
Well, dance
If
there.
whoever else wins, we're going straight to Archon the Cruel.
Don't make me get down to start b-boying. We will end the campaign right here and now when you guys sacrifice yourselves.
I don't think
All
you
right,
understand the power my moves hold.
Are you flirting with me?
Yes.
Sorry.
Once you see that dance, those questions will be answered.
What
What?
bit have I started with the flirting thing?
I don't know, but I'm
Hottie
enjoying
started
it.
that.
It's never gone away.
Listen.
Ned is-
Nonetheless,
Ned is
Let's,
in the harvester revving the engine.
yes,
She's just burning through her soul coins.
Burning through some of our fuel.
The harvester. So he went out to John Deere and got a lawnmower and came back.
Lawnmower? Not even a harvester. He's just in the fucking lawnmower.
So now Ned's just cruising around at 6 miles an hour around the skull.
It's like one of the no turd ones.
The Avernon wastelands have never looked so well trimmed.
We're trying to talk, and all of a sudden you hear.
It's like
just
stuck
like my
and starts
neighbor,
sinking
really.
into the bone.
All right. Okay. So we're going to the Wandering Emporium, right? Okay. Cool. Let's do it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're going
And where
Weren't we
exactly
doing?
do you want to go?
somewhere where it might be.
Where we saw it last.
Weren't
We
we
could
going to
go
take
back to the
a?
maze and ask.
Blindly go and drive to where you think it might be.
To blindly go where no one has gone before.
Weren't we going to take a long rest so someone could recap all the wasted spell slots?
Sure. I'm down to do that, and then we're gonna go straight to where we might think the Wandering Emporium might possibly could maybe not be.
Well, it might be better to take a long rest there because the more time we wait, the better chance
But if we don't find
moves.
it, we don't get the long
The
rest.
longer we wait,
And also, I would like to have my spells just in case we run into another encounter along the way.
You have another spell slot, don't you, right? One more 4th level slot?
Yeah, and I'd like to have my 3rd level spell slots.
Yeah, and your
Well-
4th level spell slots. But before you take a long rest, you could maybe use one of them to try to figure out where the Wandering Emporium is.
You could send to Mahadi.
You're like, hey, yo, where you at, dog?
Hey, yo, let me hit you up with them digis. Yeah, it just said you up? Question mark.
Yes.
These are so freaking old.
Yes. And I'll be older in a few weeks.
You're older every day. We're all older every day. We're all oxidizing.
Yeah, I'll send out a message to Mahadi.
Be like, what's up, you hottie?
Where is the Wandering Emporium right now?
Well,
And how long will you be there? And where are you going next?
that information is going to cost you.
And what are you wearing?
Vargas, I hate that you said that because now that's giving Ken an idea. He'd be like, one soul coin, and I'll tell you the answer of where I am.
God, no.
And that's that.
Your inner DM is showing.
Okay,
Wait,
so the whole purpose of going there is to sell the vehicles. So maybe you should ask him if he's interested in buying the vehicles. That way we don't have to.
yeah,
go there
if we have
and
if we have 25 words, be like have possible sale. Where can we find you?
We have possible sale. Where can we find you? How long will you be there?
Roll a D100
Where are you
first,
going
please.
next?
It's not a D100 because it's on the same plane,
No, it's
right?
in a demi-plane.
Fuck.
Remember, because the food tastes like food.
Can I write out my message first?
No, I'd like you to roll a D100 first, please.
That's probably for the best, so we don't get our
I'm
hopes
not
up.
saying not in for Christmas.
Can nobody
Alright, so
tell
the sending
me
spell
nothing?
You have 25 words to reach Mahadi with.
Just send Marco. Wait for him to reply with Polo.
I think he would just not reply.
He'd be like,
he'd be like, that must be a butt dial. I don't.
I'm getting nothing for Christmas. Mommy and... Oh, shit, I'm not on mute. I'm sorry.
What is that song?
You never heard that song?
I don't think so.
I'm getting nothing for Christmas?
That doesn't sound familiar to me at all.
Mommy and Daddy are mad. I'm getting nothing for Christmas because I ain't been
No.
nothing but bad.
Yeah.
No, I've never heard that song. I mean, we get like a million repeats of Dominic the Donkey, but I've never heard that song.
Oh, I'm not sure I've heard Dominic the Donkey.
It's Dominic the Donkey. The Italian Christmas donkey. La la la.
Yeah, when you
Public domain now. We're okay. We're fine.
when you live up near
Ken,
New
you
Jersey,
weren't kidding.
when you live
it's
up
hard
near
to
New
focus.
Jersey, this is when you live up near New Jersey,
Welcome
this is
to
all
my
you hear
world.
during the Christmas.
Imagine trying to run an adventure through that.
Listen, I'm
Imagine
sorry.
trying to, like, set up cams and a UI and shit while this is going on.
Listen.
I always wonder why you have your headphones off while you do that. Now we know. The more you know.
Okay.
Because knowledge is power.
Unhinged. I'm sorry.
That's only about 20. I say about because I could not count precisely because everybody was talking at once.
Killer says, "Oh, thank God," an ad.
Thank you, Killer.
He can't hear you. He's still within the ad.
Yeah, he called Dominic the Donkey a hymn of chaotic evil. Oh, Jesus.
You can reply to this.
Are you flirting with me? You had us there. You had us in the first half, I ain't gonna lie.
100 miles?
And I
What does that mean? We're in Avernus. That's
that
not.
means if you go to the place where it last was and go north.
Okay.
100 miles.
So we take the war machines up there. We try to pawn them off. Get some maybe soul coins back. And some demon ichor. And then we boost across, head up to Arcan's tower, and go from there.
Yep. I'm fine with that.
All right.
Since we don't have to spend time looking for it. So, long rest first, so Vice can get her spell slots back.
You're lucky you found a safe place in Avernus to rest.
I mean, thanks for giving it to us. I'm
We're
glad
never
we
leaving.
stayed
To
here.
bother Uldrak.
I'm glad we
Everyone thinks
stayed here for
that
so
there's
long.
Maybe there's either nothing or the ghost of a Titan haunts this place, and they don't want to fuck
There
with
you
that.
go. It's a very fortuitous place to have had such a long conversation. If we had gone anywhere else for this, we'd probably be dead or at least fighting before we could even get close to finish that conversation.
Yeah.
Remember when we almost died last session?
No, I always choose to forget. That way it can happen again.
I had it all under control.
Last session was at the Wandering Emporium, wasn't it? No.
Last session was when we almost died in the Bone
That's right,
Brambles.
Bone Brambles.
And then we
Bunch of
still had to
trees.
fix our stuff.
All right, so sleepy deep, and then on the road.
Yeah, you're able to complete a long rest without any difficulties.
Cool.
Yay!
I've literally done nothing in that time, so I'm just gonna not even click the
And
button.
another day goes by.
Another one bites some dust.
And day rise here in Avernus, with Ma in her rocking chair, and Pa out in the field tending the sheep.
All right.
What does an infernal chicken sound like? That's okay. So that's the rooster that's been hanging out around the skull the whole time.
My cats totally just perked up from their naps. I'm regretting immediately making this decision. Okay.
They heard chicken.
So before we leave anywhere, I need somebody to roll me a d6.
No, Vice. You're not allowed
Anybody
to
but
roll.
me. Anybody but
Ned.
me.
Hey.
Damn it, Ned.
I suppose it doesn't really matter because you're gonna just trade in these war machines anyway, but it does take you 6 hours to reach this location. Even
Okay.
though after about 1 hour, you're back to where the original, or I'm sorry, the place where you first found the Wandering Emporium was. But due to the amorphous and ever-changing texture of the Avernus wasteland, it takes you 5 hours to cross what should have been crossed in maybe just a couple.
Do we need to roll the other roll?
Because you were told where it was, I'm gonna say somebody roll me 2d8s.
I'll do it.
There's a very real chance. Okay, thank goodness.
Thank
Holy crap.
God.
Okay, and with that, you find yourselves, after trudging through the Avernus wastelands, once again coming upon the Wandering Emporium.
Yes,
Huh.
Walmart.
I feel like playing this again, even though you guys are the only ones that are going to hear it. As you enter, you're assaulted by familiar sights and sounds, the clang of the forge, the scent of chai wafting from the kitchen, and so on.
As we walk in, I grab Ned's arm and I say, do not eat or drink anything.
Okay.
I think when we last left the Wandering Emporium, Ned was over making oinking noises at the werebore. And so I think
It's true.
the werebore is just kind of walk past Ned going, "Hey, did somebody here make oinking noises?"
No.
You're funny.
Can I go into Zeneth's bug shop real quick?
Sure.
Hey, I totally did it. I killed him with humor. He's dead now. He died laughing at how funny it was that he thought that we could take him on. I just figured I'd let you know. It felt polite. Anyways,
He just kind of looks at you incredulously and says, "Thanks."
you're welcome. Have a nice day.
Because he told them to kill Mahadi, right?
Yeah, because he wanted me to kill He was like, "I'll give you 9 soul coins if you kill Mahadi." And then I was like, maybe I could tell Mahadi about this. And then Mahadi already knew about it. And I was like, well, I'll just turn this around and make it look like I knew he knew all along. You know, saving myself some face.
I walk up to the spine devil and I'm like, "Hey, Uldrak, you feeling better? You look a lot better."
For the second time, somebody just kind of goes, "Hey, where's that noise coming from?" And the spine devil just walks off.
I feel like I'm being ignored.
Okay.
Oh,
I guess
I'll approach.
we need to talk to Mahadi.
Yeah, I'll approach the Infernal Rapture and see if I can track down Mahadi.
He's right there at the door, and as you enter, he says, "Ah, welcome! I see you've returned. I wasn't expecting you back quite so soon. I was a little surprised and just a little bit happy when your friend contacted me."
Right. So
are you flirting with me?
I believe
Sex,
that
bro.
I believe that she did tell you that we had something that was maybe of interest to you.
Just let me guess. You have far too many infernal war machines to crew yourselves?
What could have told you that? Was it the fact that we drove up in all of them?
Was it the war
The Occam's razor
machines?
solution.
So who do we talk to about negotiating over the price of these? Looking to potentially offload them.
Why, me, of course. Please, come in.
All right.
Have yourselves a seat.
Hello again, Rosie.
Oh, she's not here currently.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
She's been eating this entire time.
She's like, yeah, she's still at the table. Same place.
There is, however, a huge bowl of fries sitting in the middle of the table, which Lulu just kind of dives into and disappears into.
That's fair. That's fair.
Ned, are you going to remain outside?
Yeah, I was just kind of wandering around outside.
Hit the
Then
nail
you
right
will
on the
not be
head.
able to participate in this conversation.
All right, I'll come in.
All
You
right.
guys in your business talk.
At that point, this is when Razi shows up. And she's wearing a uniform that all the other servers are wearing.
Oh no.
She couldn't pay her tab.
Washing dishes, I see.
Hey, Rozzy. Got some new duds on, huh?
She just looks at you and just says, "Shut up, Ned."
It's pretty accurate.
Well, that's not very good customer service.
Mahadi turns and looks at Razi and says, "You know, the gnome is right. I expect you from now on to be much more cordial to our guests here. Please, you must take pride in your service." And she kind of just stiffens up. A blank look glazes over her eyes, and she says, "Yes, Mahadi."
God.
So, Mahadi,
Interesting.
we have a couple of infernal war machines out front. You probably saw us drive up in them. I believe we have 2 tormentors and 1 scavenger.
Oh, please, please. Before we begin to engage in business, Razi, and he snaps his fingers, at which point she produces menus for everyone.
No.
Mahadi, I believe we're only here for a quick pit stop. Food won't be necessary.
Are you sure I couldn't offer you something to drink at least?
I'm positive we are set.
Well, hold on to the menus anyway. And he waves his hand and Razi wanders off.
Vice is going to collect everybody's menu and just have them stacked in front of her like a polite little restaurant guest.
But I want to look at the pictures.
No.
There are no pictures.
He wants to finish the maze on the back.
You should be able to see the menu still in the
Yeah.
journal.
Yep.
Colonel Rapture
Pictures
menu.
on it.
I mean,
Vice is
right,
not
but
letting
that's
you.
not funny. Listen, you're right.
Yeah,
Just,
I'm
slaps
afraid.
your hand like you're playing slapjack.
No.
Ow.
I'm afraid, Mahadi, we're not here for very long yet. We're in a bit of a rush. I'm strictly here.
I thought maybe we were becoming friends, but if we must skip straight to business, then I suppose we must.
I prefer not to make friends with business dealings, just out of professionalism here, if you will.
On the basis
I
of
respect
principle.
So, talking through potential deals here, as I said, we have 2 tormentors and 1 scavenger out front. Both of them have just over a day's worth of fuel still in the tank, both in very good condition, lightly used and confiscated from another Avernan warlord that will no longer be using them.
Bitter breath.
Oh, did he come whining?
No, but I recognize his handiwork.
Yes. So, in the interest of providing you with something that you can definitely use here in your very nice emporium, and offloading a bit of extra material from ourselves, let's talk business. What would you like to offer? Please?
So let me get this straight. You want to get rid of these 3 infernal war machines.
Correct.
I can offer you 1 soul coin apiece for each of them, and also one of them has an unusual armament, something called an infernal screamer. I'll give you a soul coin for that as well, for a total of 4.
I believe that's. I mean, I look around the table at the other.
Now, since we are discussing infernal war machines, I would also like to offer you the chance to purchase some upgrades for your vessels.
I mean, I'm listening. What do you have in mind?
There are several upgrades. I think I had a handout about this, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You did.
Where is it?
The action stations, was it?
Maybe?
No.
No. That means I don't have one in print. I'll get that to you shortly. I'm not going to take the time to do that right now. However,
Unprofessional Mahadi.
definitely is going to tell you about them. The standard armaments on these vehicles are typically harpoon flingers. Of course, scavenger class vehicles have their grappling hook, and the demon grinder class vessel also has a wrecking ball. However, we can, of course, change out the harpoon flingers for the following, for the price of 1 soul coin: an acidic bile sprayer, a flamethrower, or another one of these infernal screamers. For the cost of 3 soul coins, I can offer you a Styx sprayer.
Does that just play like does that play just like Mr. Roboto?
Just chopsticks. No, it sprays water from the river Styx.
That makes sense.
Nasty shit.
Is that
Also-
nasty to demons too? Demons and devils?
It's nasty to anyone who's dumb enough to fall in it.
Gotcha.
Also, I can offer you Canian armor or Soul Spike armor for the cost of 1 soul coin, and for the cost of 2 soul coins, I can offer you Gilded Death armor. Also,
What's the Gilded Death armor?
it gives resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Real strong stuff. Also,
So,
for
uh,
2 soul coins, I can offer you a necrotic smokescreen, and for 3, I can offer you a teleporter.
What the fuck you got that for us or what?
The
what does the
teleporter device can teleport any infernal war machine up to 300 feet. It has a
Beam
recharge time of 24 hours.
me up.
How far across is the river Styx?
Probably slightly less than 300 feet.
Ah, very convenient. I see.
Ah,
In
However-
some places a little more wide, but you can find some places less than 300 feet.
Yeah.
How expensive was the demon ichor again?
Demon Ichor, Eliak
That was
will
being
buy
sold by
Demon
Eliak.
Ichor from you at 25 gold a pop for a
And
flask, and he sells it for
okay.
100 gold.
Okay, so it's not a soul coin. Okay, gotcha. So it seems like it still might be. It might be best. Okay, go on.
Also, we can repair the damage to your Demon Grinder's armor.
we only had 12 damage total. We were at 188 out of the 200.
True, it is pretty.
Yeah.
It's pretty. This is
I'm
pretty
looking for it
okay.
because I don't have it in my short notes. Hold on, I gotta look it up. It's some gold piece cost per hit point.
Oh, if it's not a soul coin, I'm more interested in listening. Okay.
I mean, that teleporter seems pretty damn nice.
While he's looking, I think the best bet is to just
It's
take the soul
50
coins now
gold
until we
piece
have
per
it,
hit
and
point.
then go. Gotcha.
How much is
So
it per hit point? I'm sorry?
50 gold piece per hit point.
Speed 300 for the total. Right?
No, we're 12 hit points down, so that would be
600.
600.
yeah. So, if we got the teleporter, that would solve our issue with getting across and back without having to risk failing a check along the way. We would
Does the demon ichor require a check still then in that case?
No, I
Got
only
it.
required
Love
a
it.
check for the first time. After that, you just, you follow the signs
Okay.
and the posted speed limit.
Oh, okay.
And that was just
So
for
the-
flavor. I wanted you guys to kind of tumble and get dusty if you failed.
But the only
So-
It
real
was still
place
supposed to
to
follow a
cross-
parabolic arc. It was supposed to work. That was the point.
So the other thing to consider here is we only have 381 gold left in the coffers, so we can only afford, I think, Or would you say it was 100 gold per
50
vial?
gold per. Oh,
50 gold?
yes. It's 100 gold per vial of ichor. It's 50 gold per point of armor.
So we can only purchase 3.
But that still also
Uh,
kind of keeps us in the same place where we are right now, where we don't really have enough soul coins to keep ourselves fueled up. Because if we sell all of our stuff, and then that gives us 4, and then we
Which
spend
brings us up
3
to
on
6.
and then we would spend 3, which would only gain us a net of 1, which we would still have to end up using 1 to put to fuel up the demon grinder, which would then put us right back to where we are right now.
Right, but
But
we'd
if
have
we're
a
okay,
Soul
we
coin
would have a
lasts
fuel tank.
72 hours, though.
We would have a full tank at that point, and we
you
would
also
have a
the combat
teleporter.
utility. So I see why Francis is pushing for this. It sounds like
So
fun.
I mean,
Right.
well, I'm seeing both sides, but I just kind of want to make sure that we all see both sides.
So what I'm thinking of here is that, yeah, we're going to sell for 4, use 3 immediately to get the teleporter, so that when we get to the River Styx, it's just teleport across. We don't have to keep going, all the way over here to eventually go around, which is what we'd have to do to Arcan's Tower.
And we won't need Demon Ichor anymore either.
And we won't need Demon Ichor anymore.
So we could also sell that we could sell the Demon Ichor that we do have back to the guy, make a little bit of our gold back.
I would say hold on to it, because selling for 25, buying for 100 is not good economically, and we can still use it. It has other uses.
Fair. Okay.
To increase speed during battles. So, I mean, if we're talking getting a teleporter straight across the river, even if we don't have to cross the river in a day, if we get another encounter, we could easily use it to warp behind them and get the advantage on a rear attack, rather than. And even then, we still have 2 soul coins. And netting us 1 gives us 3. That's 9 total days worth of travel. And we still have a little bit of wiggle room in case we need to use those other soul coins for other purchases or negotiations.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay, you've convinced me.
So my vote is sell them and get the teleporter.
Yeah, I agree.
What do you guys think? Rigo, you're on mute.
But I am for the teleporter.
Okay, that's 3.
Vargas?
Do you have any input from Vargas or Vice?
This majority has voted in favor. So
Teleporter can allow us to get away from fighting.
that is true, so long as we use the teleporter to get away from fighting.
Well, I don't know who gets to control that, so I can't guarantee either way, but it is an optional.
Station.
So Vargas would have to be the one that does it. Whoever's driving. But
I might have to chaperone.
Maybe we'll just have you drive.
Vargas, what are your thoughts?
Vargas is taking a nap.
That's all right.
Coming out of him. Do you have anything that's really good at cutting off pieces or parts of bodies?
I'm sorry. What?
Ned? No.
Oh, the hand effect now. It's like, what are you talking about? What are we about to do to Mahadi?
Ned. No. No.
Why?
No.
How long have you known me?
Long
Probably
enough
about a week
to
now.
say no.
Long enough to know I really like chopping parts off of bodies, right?
And you're not a necromancer?
Hey, Mahadi, do you happen to have refills on vinegar?
No, she does not.
It's something that you could possibly, something she could possibly drink that is something that could be charged for.
Nope,
theoretically,
just pours
complimentary.
some into the bottle.
Shit, that's a soul
under the
coin.
table so nobody else can see.
We're not going to be charged for that. Is that correct?
Wait,
You didn't
hold on.
say it.
I just asked. I didn't.
You did. You asked a servant to serve.
No, I asked them if they had any. I didn't say, hey, can I have some?
Well, Hadi just kind of winks at you.
Sounds like it's on the house.
I don't understand what that means.
Are you
I do not
flirting with her?
Say anything about it, they're gonna know.
Are
They're
you
gonna know
flirting
what? What are they going to know, Mahadi?
What? No,
Nothing.
what?
Nothing.
What are you talking about?
I see.
All right,
You,
Mahadi. So,
you do keep your secrets.
all right, Mahadi. I think the
Are
consensus
you
here
flirting
is
with me?
the deal is we'll sell you the the 3 infernal war machines and the screamer for the 4 agreed upon soul coins. We'll also purchase that teleporter for the 3 soul coins.
Fantastic.
So
We'll
we'll
of
net.
course require this all in writing.
Okay.
To which he produces a contract.
Which I will review extensively along with everyone at this table.
Yeah,
This one is a straight business contract. It's an exchange of goods and services, and so there are.
It's just an invoice, essentially.
Yeah.
A purchase order, if you would.
Yeah, it's it's like signing a receipt.
Yeah.
And so, the fact that both Mahadi and one of you has to sign it doesn't make it any more or any less than just a receipt. So this is kind of unimpeachable.
Okay.
Nothing funny about it. You can check it all you like. He says, please take your time, examine the contract, and to your heart's content.
Yeah, Francis, being paranoid now, would have read that thing top to bottom multiple times just to make sure.
He
As
indicates
well.
to you that it's probably going to take about 2 to 3 hours to install, so please make yourselves at home. Wander around the Wandering Emporium to your heart's content. Do as you like. And if you're hungry or thirsty, and he waves his hand, and guess who appears at your table again?
Hi, Rozzy.
Fantastic.
Hi, Francis.
So, you working here now?
I don't want to talk about it.
But I
you
do. And unfortunately, I mean, if you don't talk to a customer, could be bad customer service.
In the
Roddy just kind
meantime,
of leans back and like puts his face on one of his hands. But
Vice
it's like
kicks
backwards,
Francis under the table.
in the meantime, I'm going to go see a lady about some head.
I'm sorry, what?
He's going to see the barber.
I'm gonna go see Bernie.
Fucking
Bernie cuts his head off in one
excuse me?
stroke. I heard what you said, motherfucker.
Yes. Could you polish it? Could you polish me one more time, please? Just give me a nice polish, just on the tip.
The one gold piece.
Absolutely. Here is another 2. You did a fine job.
All right. While you're in this this chair, not really getting much of a polish, you're able to communicate, however, with Balaristal, the Copper Dragon.
Oh, that was actually unexpected. Fantastic. I was just gonna get another polish, actually. I wasn't ready for this one. Okay, give me a second.
Bernie, Balaristal says, "Did you need something?"
Well, I guess while I have you, I may have, let it slip about the old hand of Vecna. So while I did not let my friends tell them, I, fucked up. So, we're gonna kinda go anyways. But I don't really know what to do about it.
You're going to have to be much more careful.
I
Mahadi really
see.
hasn't learned anything as of yet, but if he does, it could be catastrophic.
That is understandable. Do you think this, Archon the Cruel, do you think he is one who is willing to talk?
Maybe.
I see. Then in that case, I will at least make an attempt to do this in a way that is not violent.
If you try to make a violent attempt, it probably won't end well. At least not
That
as
is
you are
true.
now.
Correct. Well, I will do
Just be
what I can
very
do.
careful. He's very dangerous.
Yes, I have been told. It is, worrying, but I will do what is best for Bahamut.
The Platinum Dragon sends his regards.
And I send mine.
And with that, you find yourself rising from the barber's chair to gaze in the large mirror, the great mirror behind it, to see that your dome is nicely polished.
Thank you.
While we're sitting at the table there with Mahadi and Razi's there, I'm going to say, Mahadi, how about a friendly wager?
Actually, I think we have to address the Francis and Razi situation first, because Francis asked.
Oh, okay.
And Mahadi just kind of clears his throat and then leads on one hand. Razi says, I was unable to pay my tab, and so I've got to work it off for the time being.
Well, that's unfortunate. Well, how much did you eat that you can't work off your tab?
A lot. Did you see what I had last time?
I got a glimpse. We were here on business, so...
You did walk past. Why don't you roll me a straight int?
Good one. Oh shit, nat 20.
Remember a feast. Wild boar and racks of lamb and all kinds of stuff.
Well, I guess you certainly did enjoy yourself. I guess...
You also remember that none of that stuff was on the menu.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
So
because it was like a 1 soul coin, and you can eat anything off the menu, right? And,
Right, but
You
then
get
it was
a
like...
price
then-
of one
but-
of each of
but-
the courses.
Right,
But then
and
on
then
top of
The stuff that's off the menu, it's a lot more.
It's
Typically,
an extra.
like 5 to 10 per dish.
yeah, so she owes so much money.
Hey, Mahadi, how long is Razi here, an indentured servant of your establishment?
Indentured.
My apologies, poor choice of words. How long is she going to be working here to work off her debt?
Well, until it's paid, of course.
Just out of curiosity, give me a round number here. Decade, century, millennia?
At that point, Mahadi leans way back into his pile of cushions. And in his reversed hand, you can see now very clearly he's holding this bejeweled silver chalice. And in it, as he's kind of sloshing it around, you can tell that there's some liquid in it. You can tell that it's some kind of dark reddish kind of color, so it's somewhere between wine and blood. And as he leans back, this very sinister look washes over his face, and he says, as long as I deem appropriate.
Okay, then.
And with that, ladies and gents, boys and girls, non-binaries and gender fluids, that is where we're going to end tonight's session. We are Crit Cats. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Make sure you follow us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and if you check out our YouTube channel, you can see the past episodes of games like this one. PB just linked our Discord server, so if you're looking in Twitch chat, you can join our Discord server and come and hang out and play some games with us. Make sure that if you have Twitch Prime, you subscribe to our channel. You can do so for free.
And we also have a new game that actually was just posted today. It's going on this Thursday, so go check it out in the game sign-up channel.
That's right. Spelljammer Approaches. That's a
We
name
go
that
into
hasn't
space,
been
baby.
rung in the halls of Dungeons & Dragons for a long time, decades.
And
But it's
Agent 0908 is running a game this Thursday.
Oh,
as well.
right.
Fantastic.
Abraxas is going to be running a raid on Bahamut. Should be really interesting.
That will not make me very happy, but I will watch nonetheless.
It's a one-shot, so, it's not canon in this universe. Don't worry, Vic.
I am cheering for Bahamut.
In any case, we'll see you on Wednesday for the Tomb of Continuation. Grit Cats out!